Good morning and good day, lovely people of the internet. It is
daytime always.
It's daytime somewhere.
You haven't played to no Russians. Get out of here.
It is episode 20 of our Rise of the Runelords adventure. How crazy is that? Episode 20 already.
Huh.
That's weird.
Big 2-0. But for anyone new, I am your host, Robert of the BigDamnGamers, joined by my amazing, lovely cast of characters here. We got
Gabbling morons.
Let us know what else
Jake,
here.
we got Nick, we got D'Artagnan, we got Chris, and in a moment we'll have Mike as well running. Just a teensy bit late, but that's okay. That's okay. We're forgiving people here. We are beautiful.
You are beautiful.
Every single way.
So,
We went two different directions with that one.
Oh, yeah, right.
episode
freestyle.
20. So I had, it's pretty rare, but I had a thought run past my head earlier today.
Thunk a thought?
I was thinking, I was like, okay, episode 20, that's pretty big. That's pretty decent. I know most like podcasts would probably celebrate about, episode 50. But then I was thinking, how many of y'all have done like did random like online groups like for tabletop games?
Yeah.
Did you play them in them or host or DM them or both?
Oh,
Just played.
Post.
Okay.
Neither.
How did those go for you?
I got
Terrible.
horror stories, buddy. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not great.
We had a dude get kicked by the DM on the third session.
Ooh.
I am still constantly blown away that the six of us, meshed this well.
Yeah.
None of us have said
I
or
know.
done anything stupid.
Right. Well, that's not true.
Well, but you're
Not-
right.
I know three of y'all
not
are friends from
offensively
back
stupid.
when you were in fucking short pants, but for the other three of us, I'm still blown away that we just stumbled into this.
Yes. That's exactly what I was, because I've both ran a rando online game and played in one. The one I played in, I think it was D&D 5e Avernus, Descent in Avernus
Oh, yeah.
was the one. I think we did about 4 sessions. And I'm gonna admit to it, so I'm sorry, but they were also paid games, so paid the DM. The DM got a job and ended up having to explode the game and not do it anymore right before we went down into Avernus. So
It's nothing to be too ashamed there. I think our DM is getting paid as well. I'm not 100% sure how Twitch works.
well, you guys, y'all aren't paying me though. Yeah, I think I was paying like $15 a week or something.
Yeah,
There was some sort of deal if you paid for like 4 sessions up front or something. So I think I paid like $50 or something. Like, I was like, my mindset was if it's a paid DM, they're gonna work harder, less chance they're gonna flake. Oops, fuck me.
What a lie that was.
And then I tried to run Princess of the Apocalypse.
The worst adventure path ever written.
I tried to make it more interesting. Thank you very much. So, and it was fun for a while. But then the kind of slowly crept of people falling off. Like, oh, I got a job. I can't make it to it anymore. Blah blah. This or that. So. It worked. One person fell off, and I was able to replace them pretty quickly, and we were able to keep going for a little while. But then it just kind of, and I was like, no, we've lost all momentum. And I did pretty much the same thing, kind of, where I tried to incorporate everyone's backstory pretty heavily into the main adventure to make it more interesting. And we hardly ever got to see the fruit of that labor, so it was kind of disappointing.
My biggest pet peeve was always just I can't care more than you do about trying to figure out when we're gonna play.
Yeah.
True.
So
Makes it
if
so
I'm the
easy.
one-
Where it's like this time, this day, boom. Got some.
But then you get 2 people don't show, and then you're down. Can you run with 2 people? Not without 2 people. Not really.
Yeah.
It's
Thankfully,
like pulling teeth.
we've had good attendance. I think that helps. That seems like you guys are enjoying yourselves. So
Yeah.
I was just kind of curious because I think it's pretty impressive to have 20 sessions of practically perfect attendance. Pretty close. You know.
My bad. Sorry.
Don't feel bad at all.
We've all had
You
How
some.
did.
dare you have a fucking life?
I
you
know. How
son of a
dare you
bitch.
do
Come
something
on.
with your family during the holidays?
Abandon your
asshole.
family.
We're your family
You know
now.
our silly hobbies more important.
The other thing I wanted to bring up, and it's funny because it has to do with what actually something that Nick was talking to me before was talking about before we started. More of a remark, a positive remark to y'all. Chat, you have no idea how lucky of a DM I am. So we we have we like to do these little extracurricular role-playing things that we like to do, so it's I can feel like assigning homework. It's like, hey, we're gonna, do you want to write this up? Do you kind of want to plan this out, figure this out? And I'm gonna use D'Artagnan as an example here because that's what we're gonna be doing today. But they messaged me saying like, pretty much asking like, does the length, do you care how long it is? And immediately my mind goes to, oh fuck, like they don't want to do it, like this, they're not interested, they're gonna be bored. It makes me feel, I'm like, oh shit, I feel bad. Yeah, it's because Krova joined, and so Krova threw us all over the map. I'll fix those in a second
coming.
here. It might fix themselves when I do that. There we go.
Hey, buddy.
What up?
Kill me.
Welcome.
No, we like you.
I skipped.
There we go.
I didn't get 2 of my breaks today.
Damn.
No, don't do that.
So, anyways, the thing is, it's actually quite the opposite. That these lovely folks actually enjoy writing too much, and they're worried about overwhelming me with their many words that they wish to throw onto paper and like express. And they're like, "Oh, is this too much? Is this gonna like?" if you don't want to use it, don't worry about it. And I'm just eating it up. I'm like, this is great. I love this. This is awesome. So I just want to kind of gush about my players a little bit because that's I feel like that's kind of to the point of what we were talking about before with our other random groups we've done. Kind of awesome. So thank you for participating in that. It's huge.
Who else has an entire Google Doc?
Pro does.
I got
I
14
do
pages
now.
as of right now.
Yeah.
Yep. I have a bunch of Word
Bro.
docs.
You
Pro
win.
has an entire portfolio on us.
And
Or he
thankfully, it's not like I think we've all seen or all done a shitty backstory piece before where it's like, where the DM's just like, oh my God, like, okay, like, instead there's a little more nuance, a little bit like, a little more actual character to it rather than kind of stereotypical stuff. But anyways, I just wanted to compliment y'all for doing that because I love it. So when I get sent lots of juicy stuff I get to actually use, it makes me happy.
I learned that there's a text limit for Discord.
It
Yo, Grova, starting that hype train early.
was my 5 gift anniversary, so I had to re-up to get my badge back.
Oh, well, hell yeah,
I was gonna
thank
say, I
you.
think he's picking a fight with Crow.
Nah.
Them are fighting words.
I might have called them out, but
Oh, did you? Uh-oh.
Oh no.
You're in trouble now.
Got a long ways to catch up to Crow. Anyways, without further ado,
Hey, baby,
we do have a special introduction in store for you folks today.
Oh, before we get to that, you mentioned to the players something that you were changing with the stream. Did you mention that to the audience? The two things you want to introduce?
Oh, are you talking about the redeems?
The change my fate and nudge fate?
Yeah, for
already
the
there.
people in chat and the channel point redeems. Last session it was asked of by chat that we added a couple things. One is called change fate. That one makes either me or someone else
Motherfucker!
reroll.
Look what you did,
God
Provo.
damn.
It's still
Oh my
going.
God.
Oh my god.
Jesus titties, dude.
I thought he was gonna
How
do like
many
10 or
was it?
something. My God.
What did he
Thank you.
do?
Holy shit.
Pretty sure that might be 25 or 50.
Did
50.
you just do 50?
That was
It's
50.
50.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was a
yeah,
real
fuck.
slap in the nose for you.
Jesus, jeez.
Hey,
Not to
remember when I
derail
tried?
anything too much.
Remember when I tried to take that ring from you? That's similar reaction.
I can't laser Crow. He just paid our salary.
He just
God
lasered
damn.
you.
so
We're
anyway,
getting paid for this? I don't know. What?
I got disintegration raid by Crow.
Jesus, I what I'm saying doesn't
Yeah.
even matter anymore. Anyways, change fate makes you let a player re-roll something or make me re-roll something, and then we have nudge fate, which will let you add +2 or -2 to any d20 roll of your
Yeah, Bane or
choice.
Bliss.
So, you know, if you're wanting to screw someone over, you totally can. I'd be very careful on, you know, when you do that. Maybe comedic moments be more suited. So, or you can
Oh,
choose to
that's
help the
so
players
much.
out, or you could help the players out in some way.
I'm fucking watching you, Crow.
Do you say you're only going to allow that once per session?
Yes, they do have a limit on them. I think the re-roll is set to like 3 a session.
But who has that many points?
And then the nudge fate, I think, is set to 2.
There you
I don't remember exactly, but it's limited per stream. So they are a lot of points, though, so I doubt it's going to come up too often. But you never know. There are some people that have been hanging out a while and might have really, stacked away and hoarding away their channel points. So, anyways, let us jump right into it. As far as like catching back up with our crew here, almost all of last session was like one big combat against all the ghouls,
Yeah.
for the most
Jesus
part.
Christ.
So, good job on surviving that and winning the day. You guys definitely found some things, learned some things, like the farmer was used as part of the ritual, so did not get turned into a ghoul. But it was a pretty harrowing fight, and you fought a ghast who had a key, which the key was to Foxglove Manor. And then y'all, I believe, decided to you were going to head back to Sandpoint despite it like going into nighttime.
Yeah.
So, but let's first kind of rewind time just a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit. We're actually going to go to earlier that same day, as we are post battle with Malfeshnakor, as our heroes stopped back in to Sandpoint to do a little bit of preparation and to part ways with Rosalind and why am I having a brain fart for one of my own characters?
Celestia.
Yeah.
Celestia, that's good name,
as
yeah.
they were going to head to Magnamar. The party had gone off to do kind of a little bit of preparations before heading to the farmlands to fight off these man-eating scarecrows. And where we find ourselves is nearby in the outskirts of Sandpoint, the forest that kind of abuts right up to it along the kind of the river edge. It's fairly late fall, about midday by the time you guys got back from Thistletop, so the sun is high. trees are probably turned in color. And we would come upon a scene of probably see a large, like a comedically large backpack off to the side. Probably a set of like heavy armor also kind of set next to it. And we would see at this point Tree now kneeling on the ground facing into the woods. Seems like he's like trying to do something, trying really hard to do something. He kind of looking back on like what's happened, several combats, and how coming up short in what Tree has been known to be able to do, their god not answering their prayers for their spells. And so Tree is in front of these trees, digging a few small holes, these semicircles, placing these tokens in them, different things like animal hides, bones, seeds, and other plant matter. And we can see him just desperately just praying, just trying to pray as hard as possible, slowly burying them in just a very random way. To anyone that would to anyone else, it would just seem so random. And when the last one is buried by Tree, suddenly opens their eyes, looks up, really expecting to just feel just like their divine power return to them. And feels like just a very long couple of seconds before Tree just lets out a heavy sigh and stands up. And as Tree turns to go back, Tree notices Rosalind and Celestia. Seems they had probably come to try and find Tree to maybe say goodbye. And Celestia asks, has your... it's very significant. Celestia has really not talked all that much. As your daily preparations for your spells continue to fail.
We would take one last look behind him into the woods, kind of with a angry desperation, a fearful desperation, and been many weeks now since I've been able to complete my ceremony. Normally, after I'm done, an animal would come, a wounded animal, to give its last breaths to feed my spells, or even just a tree falling in the distance to signify life transference. And I haven't had anything at all. No answers, no calls, nothing. I don't know what to do.
Celestia would place a hand on the twig-like shoulder or arm. It seems, do you feel like something has changed for you?
Feels like I don't see a connection to the power of nature in protecting my friends anymore. I don't know how those two things are connected. And for me, that was why I cast my spells, is to protect. And if nature can't help me, then my spells won't work.
Then Rosalind would chime in and she would say, seems to me your priorities have shifted from how they used to be, perhaps. Is that true?
I think I care more about protecting you all and my friends more than I do about protecting nature.
I like to believe that your God, whom you worshipped, has not turned their back on you, but perhaps has opened the space to allow another God more appropriate to your cause to step in and to bless you with their power. You wish to protect people now. And from what I have seen, even without your divine abilities, you still throw yourself headfirst into danger and do everything you can with your power to protect those that you care about.
I've never prayed to another god before. I don't even know which god I would pray to.
And Rosalind would kind of nod back over to Celestia, and Celestia would say, well, if you want, you can always try how we do it.
Can you show me?
Absolutely. She would kneel down next to a tree. And she would say, remember a time in your life when you desperately needed help. How did that feel? Hold that feeling deep inside you. Remember what came next. Did someone show up? Or were you left alone? She would give Tree some time to really think and really digest this and actualize it within their head. Hold both of these deep inside you, deep inside your chest. The two opposing thoughts. Iomade is the sword, the warrior. But a warrior is also a defender. A shield to those who ask for help, ask for her guidance, for your shield to protect those you care about. And perhaps we might see something start to coalesce in Tree as the camera would fade to black. All right. For anyone who missed it, Tree's a worshiper of Iomade now.
He got a new god.
Woo woo!
I don't know when
Can
you
I
wrote
say,
that, but that was also in sync with the prayer we did the end of last session.
Yep.
Yeah.
The writing was really peak. I expected like some abandonment issues, but the making space for a more appropriate god to bless you and your cause was like such a healthy way to like explain the shift That's very good.
Yeah, I used a lot of what D'Artagnan wrote as the foundation. I threw a few things in there. That one was my little add-on.
Yeah, so good, so good.
So I didn't want anyone to. I felt like the last thing I want anyone to walk away from this is like, because it's Gorum. Gozray. I didn't want people thinking Gozray was just like, fuck this guy. So
Fuck that tree in particular.
yeah.
Fuck that tree in particular.
Exactly. Fuck this guy that's been around since like the beginning of time.
Well, Mike, what I'm curious now is that, you know, Tree was not just a random worshiper of Gozray, was he?
Nope.
He was an avatar, wasn't he?
He was a minor forest deity.
I mean, I could only see some deities not being so cool about losing that.
I always imagine Tree.
Maybe that's a plot hook in the future.
I always imagine Tree is kind of maybe more of a primordial being of sorts, but maybe we'll cross that road someday when.
I mean, primordial god. What does that mean?
True.
I mean, these are all just words. Let's be honest. We're playing make believe.
Mhm.
All right, so we will resume with our heroes probably hurriedly returning back to Sandpoint, as it was getting about nighttime while you were at the farm. So definitely by the time you get to Sandpoint, which is a couple hours away, it is definitely nighttime. Were any of you wanting to do anything in Sandpoint? Like when you're there, you know, Sandpoint is quiet as usual. It feels so peaceful by everything that you've been through and everything that's been going on. It seems like as soon as you cross that bridge and get back through the threshold into the town, like you feel a comfort, you feel a solace that, like, even though some bad things are happening, like you feel safe.
Home. I would take my bag of holding with the chest of the fuck ton of silver we found and acquiesce to the party's wishes and find, I guess he's technically sheriff. I feel like he's like half in, half out sheriff. So I would find the sheriff.
Hemlock?
Yeah.
How's he half out? He's the sheriff.
I mean, spiritually, he's like, his heart's not in it all the way.
I was gonna say he did try passing the job off to two of us, and one of us got deputized.
Yeah.
He just wanted to see if, didn't feel like he was the right man for the job.
He just wanted to retire, damn it.
He was not just great.
Like, nah, bitch, we're gonna squeeze all of your worth out of you.
I think he would have retired. All right, yeah, you would find him at the garrison, which is where he usually is, even late at night.
So I figured it would be appropriate for one of us at least to report as well. And me needing less sleep than everyone else, is probably the best pick. And I have the bag of holding. So
I will go with you because I also don't need much sleep.
Yeah. I would be very happy with Tree accompanying me, especially after, like, I feel like his reemergence. So I'd be like, like nervously looking at him, like I want to ask you like 500 trillion questions about your new god. I'd like make a play to like pull out my notebook a couple of times and put it back. No, later. Okay, yes. All right, one thing at a time. And knock on Hemlock's door or the garrison door for some reason.
I just like, what the heck? Like, you're just like, oh wait, and you just go in.
Oh yeah. Sorry, just me. Hello, boys.
Probably whoever, there's probably like a desk sergeant or something. Who knows? Like, oh, I imagine you're here to see Hemlock.
I'm perfectly immaculate, and then they're all dirty and grungy and. Yes, I am. We have news about the farmlands.
He's still in his office. Go right ahead.
Very
he doesn't
well.
really have like an
two
actual.
guards with us.
We do. We have Tessicles and Steve here.
Jesus
And they're
Christ.
like, they're clearly
Give me
shaken
naming
up
rights.
from everything that's happened. From
I would, if you could contact the families of. I already forgot their names.
Did our other guy with the injured scarecrow person make it back?
That's actually what I was going to take care of once we finish with this scene.
Liam. Did
Oh
Liam
shit! Did
I'll
Liam
just
make it back?
into them, or if they made it back to the where he's at now.
I would for sure 100% ask about
There is a more likely place they would have gone to than the guardhouse,
Oh,
which is what I was going to follow up on.
Yeah.
yeah. We weren't very far behind him, so he's probably not back to the garrison yet. Okay, I go into Hemlock's office.
yeah, it's not really like an office, more like there's like a little half wall, and
Ah.
then there's his desk. Like
I stick my head around, and then
he's
I'll,
already
no-
like it looked like he was already kind of coming towards
Oh.
because he could hear you.
He could hear my voice.
Yeah.
Sheriff.
He's like, oh, you've made it back. Please come in, come in.
Has Liam made it?
Yes. Liam did report back in after he dropped off the young lad over
Very
at Hannah's.
I apologize for putting your men in unnecessary danger.
I offered for them to go with you. There's no need to apologize. Unfortunately, we didn't have much information to go off of.
It's worse than we feared, unfortunately. The entirety of the families outside of the one survivor we brought back were sacrificed.
They're all sacrificed.
Yes. They were turned into ghouls. They were pinned up as makeshift scarecrows, left to die, crucified.
Are you telling me this is now also somehow related to... He's like lowered his voice.
Yeah,
To everything else that's been going on.
undoubtedly.
This is getting out of hand.
On the plus side, I think we killed the thing that was making them.
Really? I think this is the end of it then.
I don't know about the end, but at the very least, it's the end of making more of those terrible things. For now.
I apologize, Tree, but there's some information that we have not shared with you, and unfortunately that's untrue.
So, is anyone else here, or is it just Grail and...
It's just, I think it's just me and First Tree, right? Or me and Tree.
Okay.
I'll explain at a later date, but it's a sensitive matter in regards to the investigation. But I will tell you we are aimed at the direct threat, and we have an idea of where they are. And the group and I, once we recover, will be heading out with post haste towards said location, alone. In the meantime, and I open my bag, and then I open it further, and I undo the strings, and then I set it on the ground, and then I slide the bag off of this huge freaking foot locker.
The big box.
Yeah. I just slip the bag off, and it Mary Poppins out of my bag, and I'll tie the bag back to my belt.
Whoa. What's this?
This is a bag of oh yeah, right. This is the illicit gains. The farmer who owned that land was skimming off of the top of a business in cohesion with one of the other criminals who were found dead. The previous murder victim.
Really?
Yes, and I pop it open and show him, and I open one of the little baggies. Approximately 3,400 silver.
Wow. A lot of money.
It's an immense amount of money. I believe it was the party's wishes that we divvy out the funds to the people who were harmed by these incidents.
Let's see, the families of the farmers.
Correct.
Okay. Yes, I can speak to Mayor Deverin about it tomorrow, and we can get to work on that for you.
I think in light of the risks, any further greed around this could exacerbate issues, so I believe it would be fair to fully divvy out all funds, unless any of the party members wish for some commission. But
he seems a little perplexed by like what you said. He's like, very generous of you to donate. What about any surviving family members of this family?
I think their involvement should be questioned and investigated. There's very little chance that this man kept this from everyone.
Well, you said all of his family died. All of his immediate family on the farm died, correct?
There's a chance of that, yes.
Did you want us to try and locate any other surviving family members outside of this area to give them any of this?
I'm not sure what's appropriate, but I would be hesitant to believe anyone who's not local to be investigated in one man's greed, so I think it would, unfortunately, being illicit gains, it would be at your discretion, Sheriff.
Did you find any sort of other proof of these illicit activities?
Notes and some things at the other two crime scenes. We have some minor notes. Unfortunately, it's a tenuous connection. It's more of an intuition, and the fact that the funds were missing from the location of the crime. And
Sure, if we
he mentioned
investigated the house, we could probably find stuff.
if we investigated the other houses further, we could most likely find something, but that is unfortunately of a lesser priority now that the danger is escalating.
I see.
My recommendation. Oh, good.
I was just saying, I suppose that would be my mine to deal with, anyways.
Unfortunately, I wish I could give you more. I can give you the location of some of the information we found and maybe a partial transcript of the letters that we found, as well as the original copies of some of the pieces we have that aren't immediately pertinent to our own investigations. It is my duty to tell you honestly of the threat. There's a manor of a recent lordling who came visiting during the festival, if you remember. Foxglove?
Yes, Emhyr was asking me about Foxglove.
We're headed there now, after we rest.
Strange, why would that be?
For the reasons I mentioned earlier. The location of the potential culprit.
You think something's going on at Foxglove Manor?
I do not think. I know, unfortunately. The information is private, and I am supposed to tell you at least a little bit, but I implore you, send no one. And outside of those here present, tell no one.
Right, well, I'll expect more info from you eventually, but given all that you have done, I'll give you some time to figure this out.
there are some private connections to this threat. And unfortunately, we will have to come to accord, and once the threat has been dealt with and figure out all the missing pieces, and I'm sure that the rest of us will be more than happy and share that information at a later date, but just give us at least some semblance of the trust you still have for us, and I'll allow us time to deal with the threat.
He's kind of looking at you like with like, you can tell he's like, the cogs are like turning in his head, and he's like, did you find more?
I did.
How's he holding up?
Not well.
Understandable.
It's far worse than I could have imagined.
Well, thus far, we've managed to keep things pretty quiet, but obviously word is starting to spread through the town and suspicions are being thrown, so I would be careful.
It wouldn't maybe have hit him as hard if it didn't have connections to how he made it here in the first place. And possibly other familial connections. Can't imagine what he's going through, but I can see the effects of it. And we care for him very much, so we're going to be taking this in hand and doing our best to support him.
All right. Well, as usual, if you need me for anything else, let us know.
We're just going to rely on you to protect the town while we excise the threats from outside.
We'll do our best.
I'll turn towards Testicles and Steve. These men are very, very brave. We told them to flee for their lives, and they returned to check upon our security after hearing the battle. Please see that they are rewarded.
All right.
Is there anything, Tree, that you would like to say?
Nope.
As appropriate of a response as
Very somber.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna be honest. I was spacing out.
Okay.
He's just like
A very, very
Used up all of his depth with that flashback scene.
Absolutely.
A very, very serious and introspective Grail will bumble his way out of the gatehouse.
Okay. And then where is Grail and Tree gonna head after that?
I'm probably done for the night. I need to be up in the morning at first dawn to go to the weapon shop.
I have prepared a place for you if, you would like a place to stay. No pressure, and I'll just walk away. You have a room.
Do I know where Una is staying?
I think you would. Una is still staying at the Rusty Dragon.
I will
Not for any animosity reasons or anything like that, though.
I will wait for you in the tavern.
Okay. All right, is everyone else together in the second group then? Is it Una, Vincent, and Emhyr?
Well, so I know at least Una would definitely want to go to. I've already forgotten her last name. Where was it in my notes? Helen something or another. Yes, Helen Valerin, and her clinic. Both to get myself checked out because got fucked up by some ghouls, but also the people that got really fucked up by the ghouls.
All right.
I'll be looking for Emhyr.
You're gonna look for
Is
Emhyr.
anyone else be coming with, or?
Yeah, I'll go with. Vincent used to work for her, so.
All right.
Emhyr is kind of doing his own thing.
All right. We'll touch in with Emhyr here after this. All right. So through some of your downtime, you've had a little bit of dealings with Hannah. So she is, for everyone else's knowledge, essentially the town's other main healer. You know, you got the father of the main cathedral, but she is pretty much the other main healer of the town, and you know, acts like a midwife, and she mostly helps a lot like women is kind of the biggest thing, but she's funny enough, a elven cleric of Gozray.
Oh, hilarious.
Yeah.
My bad. Sorry, bud.
And so you would probably show up to her place of business, which is also her house, and you would see like the door has been like left open. Seems like some like hurriedness has been like kind of going on. And if you like peek inside, you can see two people like laying like side by side, like two different like recovery beds, like blankets on them. They have like rags like on their head, and it looks like you can see the back of this. I mean, we can tell immediately from behind, like she's a very beautiful like elven woman. You've met her before, but it looks like she's like working, like applying, looks like maybe some ointment or something to like the bite wounds on someone.
Do we recognize any of these people?
Yeah, one would be the kid you rescued that was strung up, and the other one, I believe one of the guards got fucked up but didn't die.
Okay.
So, and the guard, he's like conscious, like he's just kind of like laying there, and she's like working on him, but like the kid is like out. Like it's tough for you to even tell from this if he's even still alive. And she does not even notice that like you're there. She's so consumed in her work.
So Vincent and Una are together, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I would kind of stand in the doorway, and not get too close or encroach on her at all. And after a moment or two, if she was still busy, hadn't noticed this, I'd kind of come forward and go, okay, Elaine, is there anything we could do to help you?
Just kind of start, oh. Especially since the voice is coming from inside her head. She's like, wait, what? Oh, Una.
Oh, yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, let me try that. Is there anything? I know I had a different voice before. It's complicated. Is there anything we can do to help you?
No, I believe I've got everything under control. Thank you. Thankfully, this gentleman was very lucky and did not contract anything. So, just healing up the wounds he received. This young boy here, though, he's... Honestly, I'm a little afraid he might not make it through the night. Do you know anything what might have happened? The guards didn't really share much besides scarecrows.
Yeah, well, we're actually the ones that found them. We were out, investigating the killings out in the farmlands, and it seemed somebody had been tying folks up like scarecrows after infecting with ghoul fever and leaving them to die in turn. And luckily we found him before he had turned, but no, I'm not so sure how lucky it was if he just does it here in town.
It's important that you told me that. Thank you.
Well, I gotta be honest, I'm here also for slightly selfish reasons. I can give you something that'll help him a little bit through the night, but in exchange, I possibly got also fucked up by some ghouls, and I wouldn't mind if you could give me a second look.
She's like, and like she's like looking at you, but you're so like wrapped up in robes. She's like, well,
yeah, no, I know.
She's like, oh, of course, it's not selfish at all. Please.
It would need to be done in private, but in exchange, Una would like reach into the bag for a second, and then when they, go back, they pull out a small feather with an engraving of a holly bush on it. He goes, I've got this. It's not a lot, but if you feed it to the young boy through the night, he should at least hold on for the night. It'll make a small bush that the berries can heal him a little bit here and there.
Yes, yes. I am familiar with this. Thank you. Gently, like, takes it from you. She's like, now that I know what he's inflicted with, though, I'm unfortunately, it's a little out of my capabilities by myself. I am going to have to run to the cathedral, but I can check you out before I do so.
I appreciate it. And Una would look at Vincent and be like, hey, Vince, you don't mind, I'm going to do this one in the back in private.
You are okay, my dude. I will just be right here.
You can tell that she just knows that Vincent's there too. She's like, oh my gosh. Oh, Vincent.
Out of the shadows.
Howdy, man.
You were so quiet. I didn't even notice you there as well.
It's been a while. Glad to see you're okay.
Are you all right? Do you need me to check you out as well?
You know, for as much frontline fighting as I do, I'm actually okay. Thank you, though.
Didn't you go down?
Unless you can heal emotional damage.
Oh, buddy, I got calm emotions if that's what you need. Just ask.
Dang, he's looking for some cuddles.
She's like,
She wants some cuddles.
Positive reinforcement?
Hey, it'll do. My friends like to pick on me, so, a little bit of positive reinforcement won't hurt.
All right, so she would, take you behind, really large curtain to be able to kind of examine you.
Right, and Una would clearly be very, very nervous, shaking a little bit, and with their back to Helene, they'd start kind of disrobing a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Helene being one of the I think only person, at least in this town, will have seen the extent to which Una is really fucked up.
Yeah. And she is ever the professional, as you can tell. It doesn't seem to faze her one bit. And she, if you were maybe using the other voice, she would probably, treat a little more kind of like kid's glove, like tender. But she's a little more kind of serious and poignant about it. And she's like, all right, let me take a look. And she starts looking you over. And she surprisingly seems apt, despite what she's having to work with here. And she...
Can I aid her? I don't know if that applies to self-check.
Sure, go for it.
I ain't doing shit.
That made it. On the dot.
All right, good.
Cool. Yeah. So she's really, and she gets kind of a bonus as well because she was working with the kid who had it. Because I assume you're mostly worried about ghoul beavers. So
yeah.
And she's like,
and syphilis, but that's unrelated.
Yeah. That's totally that's the next visit. But and she's cleaning the wound. She's kind of swabbing it and checking things out. And after doing some inspection, she comes back to you to say, thankfully, you are not infected with anything. Just beat up pretty badly. And she casts a second level heal on you if you had any wounds still missing, any hit points.
Well, thank God. My friend had rolled a 2 on his medicine check, so I was very worried.
I hate it when people do that. She rolled a 15 on the die, so she's feeling very confident about it.
And as Una puts their robes and secures everything, they reach back in their bag and also fish out 2 gold and press it into Helene's hands. This hopefully will help with the 2 fellas out there.
It's not necessary. I'm here to help first
Maybe,
and foremost.
but it's what's happening.
Well, I
It'll
appreciate
help them and their children and their children's children.
Oh, Una's already put a lot of money into this place, but
It will. Well, she's like, it will help going towards. I think I might have to purchase a scroll. So
Oh, those are expensive. Those are
yeah,
pretty expensive.
she outside of character. She's not gonna say it. She has to go purchase a scroll of remove disease.
Oof.
She should ask a tree if they can do that.
I don't think she's ever met Tree.
Nope.
So,
Oh.
I don't know
Yeah.
who this lady is.
yeah.
Before and after.
She is only a level 3 cleric, and Father Absalar is only level 4. So they're both too low of level to cast remove disease.
Free. Step aside. I know more than you.
Yeah, I'm the professional out here.
I just recently relearned what fake is.
Power of God, baby. All right. Did you want to do anything else as far as the scene, Una or Vincent?
I mean, at least for Una, knowing that check for disease was secondary, but more that those two are being taken care of was the bigger concern.
Vincent would only just be looking at the two that are being healed, the kid and the guy, and just mentally taking notes.
Yeah, the kid, it's kind of hard to
Rough.
see. It's like kind of hard to look at. Like he looks on like teetering on the edge between life and death. The guard, like he's conscious. He's just kind of like laying there. You know, he's like rubbing his neck, and she would probably like slap his hand so he stops like moving like the healing balms or whatever she put on him. He's like, oh god, like he's griping and complaining. Slash, he's probably also like enamored with her because she's like beautiful. She's like this beautiful elven like cleric. He's like probably milking this out to try and stay here as long as possible.
I'm injured.
Yeah. Probably gonna have to be here a few days, Doc. I'm really hurt. I'm gonna need those cuddles and kisses I heard you talking about. I too have that emotional damage.
Vincent's like, no, it's mine.
Oh, mine! It's mine. You can't have it. Fight me for it. My emotional
Only
damage.
one
always
person
yours.
can be emotionally injured at a time.
We'll have a picture for her eventually. I superseded NPC pictures to get your guys' character illustrations done. So,
That makes sense.
cool. But yeah, I mean, otherwise, like, it's still a little kind of rough to see because like this is the town guard, and the town guard, like, one ghoul fucked up town guardsman pretty easily, pretty soundly. There was almost nothing he could do. Like, if you guys weren't there, like, you can see why the two that got sent out to the farmlands via... Whose request was that? Was it Grail's?
What?
That
Wait, sent them
requested...
to the farmlands or home?
Were sent to the farmlands. Someone requested... it was
I think
Grail,
that
okay.
was just a
It
group
was Grail, yeah.
decision.
Yeah,
There's
because
me.
we talked about going to go up and down the farms by the river.
Yeah.
Yeah, to check if anybody was alive, and if they were, to warn them or escort them back.
And so it makes sense that no one ever heard from him ever again. So. All right. Emhyr, is there anything you wanted?
Yeah. So where we left off, Emhyr was kind of in a weird place mentally.
Mhm.
He will go back home to get Dammit, his goblin dog pet, for those who don't remember. He'll go home and get Dammit because Dammit hasn't been out in a while. And he takes
Place is a
Dammit.
mess.
Yeah.
He takes Dammit on a walk through town, but ends up kind of subconsciously leading himself to the boneyard behind the temple.
Okay.
And despite having been told by Father Xantus multiple times not to let Dammit in the boneyard, he will bring Dammit into the boneyard. And just kind of lets Dammit go like it's a dog park because it has the like fence. Just lets Dammit go running around in the boneyard, and he kind of still contemplatively goes over to his grave, pulls out the rune stone he had been given by the Amuth, which, by the way, I forgot I have that rune on my weapon. Didn't use it at all last combat, so that was good. It's meant to kill undead. Anywho's, he'll go and sit by, or go and stand by his grave and just kind of let, Dammit run himself out for a little bit.
All right. Yeah. Dammit is almost like uncharacteristically not like hyper energetic, like puppy energy running around. Dammit seems concerned. Like is like just kind of like watching you. Not really like doing much else.
Eventually, probably after a few minutes of like just standing and Dammit kind of standing around with him too, he'll kind of look down and it's all right, buddy. There's a lot on my mind that I have to work through. Things I'm concerned with. Things I don't know that I wish I did. And I'm sure Dammit just kind of gives him the same like,
Yeah,
like look.
And just kind of like
but he'll
plods up to you and just kind of like lays down next to, like kind of lays next to your leg a little bit. And just kind of like starts cleaning himself.
Emhyr takes a seat on the grass and kind of just chills for a while. And then after probably an hour of being out of the house with Dammit, he'll make his way back through the temple with Dammit, check in with Emhyr to see if there's any word back from whoever sent the letter to check on his body.
Yeah, thankfully Father Xantus doesn't stay up too late. Emhyr's usually the late night one. He's like, oh, Skip, it's so good to see you, but you know how Father gets about. And he's like pointing at Dammit.
Emhyr will like jokingly look at his boots and like, I wiped my feet off at the door. It's fine. I don't see what the problem is.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about, Skip. Come on.
Nah, what he doesn't know won't hurt him. If you don't tell him, I won't.
Just as long as there's no accidents this time. I got blamed for the last one.
You got blamed for pissing on the floor.
I don't want to talk about it.
Perhaps we have more conversations to have than I believed. Now, if I didn't think I had run you into being that drunk all the time.
You've turned me into an alcoholic. No, just kidding.
Emhyr takes the laugh and kind of like settles for a second. But on a more serious note, have you heard anything from my family?
Yeah, he like stops laughing and he... Nothing. I'm sorry, Skip.
This is all right. You're not the postman I desire to strangle at this moment. Perhaps they will hurry their way along.
Perhaps. You never know.
Nafa, I had intended to spend this night alone in sad contemplation, but would you fancy a drink? It is late, but
I imagine he's probably holding like a broom or something, like he's like doing like the nightly cleanings or something. He's like, yeah, better than having to clean up.
That is the spirit we were looking for. Perhaps we head on to... Wait, let me look at the name of the pub again. I got it written somewhere. Perhaps we head over to old Cracktooth's pub. I'm sure he'd be happy to see us.
I'd love to do that with you, Skip. And he just kind of leans the broom against like one of the pews and just like slides and falls on the ground. He just kind of whatever, doesn't care about it. And he's like, come on, buddy. And he's a pretty big guy. He just kind of slaps you on the chest a little bit since you were facing him. And he's like trying to kind of push you out through the door so you guys get heading out.
Yeah, Emhyr would let him, sure, and walk with the three of them, him and Dammit, to... What is the Cracktooth's name? His pub? Or his tavern?
Yeah, you talking about Hagfish?
Yeah, there we go, Hagfish. I had his name just now, I forgot the name of his...
The place where you can do the challenge. Yeah.
Do the challenge.
Oh no, there is Cracktooth's Tavern. Cracktooth's Tavern is just called Cracktooth's Tavern. Hagfish is a separate one.
Gotcha.
The Hagfish is the one that has Jargy. Jargy Quinn is the proprietor.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, let's go to Cracktooth's.
All right. Anything in particular you want? And then you just scene, enjoy yourselves, having a couple drinks?
He would try. Emhyr has some stuff on his mind that's more than just what's currently going on. He would keep trying to like force himself to be in a better mood, trying to be cheerful about it, but kept kind of slipping back into like being quiet.
Emhyr would probably, forcibly explain about how he got blamed for the accident and that he had, that you were so curious about, and that he does not want to get blamed for Dammit's accidents ever again.
Probably does Cracktooth let Dammit come in?
Yeah.
Definitely. Dammit's just off walking around then.
At this point, I imagine you've probably taken him a few times.
Yeah, probably.
And so he's just like, everyone, like probably all the regulars, like, no, Dammit at this point. They're like, oh, like everyone's like more happy to see Dammit than to see you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, Dammit, and they're like feeding him a little bit of their like drinks, and you're always having to probably stop them or.
Nah, he's a goblin dog. He'll be all right.
Yeah, if he dies, whatever.
I think he's eaten worse.
You would have a jolly old time.
All right.
For Elfindor, you said you were gonna try and find Emhyr.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd probably be pretty difficult to find him. Last you saw him, he looked like he was heading towards the house, but if you head towards the house, you notice that Dammit's not there anymore, but Emhyr's not there as well. So, are you wanting to like search thoroughly and?
I probably have his habits clearly defined in my notebook as he had lived in or around my place. So I'll wait.
Not creepy at all.
I'll wait patiently in the square outside of the church area.
Outside
Just kind of, I'll sit on a bench and have like a magical floating light, just like a glowing light on my staff or something.
Okay.
And I'll just be sitting on the bench, kind of like contemplating.
As you're sitting there, you would see you would know of her. I don't think you're quite huge acquaintances, but you've had your downtime had a little bit of interaction with her. But you would see Hannah Bellerin like coming to the cathedral. It's pretty late at night, so it's a little bit of a strange sight, but you're smart enough to probably put like 2 and 2 together. So,
Miss Bellerin.
She's kind of wrapped up. It's a chilly kind of fall night. And she's like, "Oh, Gryffindor, good to see you. What are you doing out here this late?"
I'll cast. I'll give her a little light companion. It doesn't look like she probably has like a torch or anything.
No, she's an elf, so.
Oh, low light vision. Never mind. She doesn't even notice it's dark. I'm waiting for Skip.
She's like, I think I might have passed by him in Emhyr, in the downtown area.
Downtown. All right. I'll stand up then. Oh, I mean, I would have stand up to greet her.
Right.
I'll pick up my staff. Well, I guess I'll be off. I assume you're dealing with the ghoul fever.
Yes, unfortunately, it's out of my natural capabilities. So I was going to wake up Father Abstelar to see if he was able to assist me.
I'll give her my 2 anti-plague lessers.
Okay.
I'll reach into my Mary Poppins bag and bloop, bloop.
She's like, that's quite not necessary. I make them myself, if you remember.
Oh, of course. I probably purchased the recipe from you some odd years ago.
You're probably going to need them more than me as well.
Well,
take that as a threat.
I'm sure we'll be encountering them again.
Your friend, Una, was visiting me and told me that you are the ones that had encountered these ghouls at your group. had dealt with them. You had found that boy. So thank you for finding him and saving him.
It was... Unfortunately, we were too late.
Clearly not too late. You did manage to save one, and I'm going to make sure of it.
One is enough. Well, I'm sure we both have lots of work to do. Good seeing you.
Yes. Make sure you take care of yourself. I know how you get sometimes with your work.
It's only just begun, I'm afraid.
I know how our kind can get with obsessions. So, if you need someone to talk about things with.
Oh, Miss Fellerin, we only knew how deep the obsession went. And he would go away, and he would turn and walk away.
Okay, and she would turn and head into the church, and grumpy father would wake up.
Is Tree still hanging out with this loser?
No, Tree went to the Rusty Dragon.
I'm good none of his friends were there to see that edgy display.
She's nervous in front of pretty girls.
Yeah, she's pretty elves, and he's like, oh no, I don't understand. How do I interact?
Or was Gryffindor gonna head?
I'll go to the downtown. I'll wander towards the downtown area.
Okay. You would probably know of a few bars that Skip would visit. You know, probably take a couple before you find him in Cracktooth's tavern, just hanging out with Naffer.
Is he? I'm assuming they look like they're having a good time.
Yeah,
depends on when you catch them.
Okay. Hold on a second. Okay. At first, Gryffindor was like, no, I don't want to like intrude.
Okay.
But like Gryffindor comes in, he's like goes to turn around, and he's like, he goes to the bar, and I'll slap down some coppers or whatever it is, and say, refill their drinks over there, that Naffer and Skips, if you would, and then something. Do you have anything Elven?
Let me see. I think I've probably got something. Yeah. We got some of that there wine.
Perfect. How much would that be for the bottle?
For the whole bottle, let's call it about 5 silver.
I opened my actual wallet and I only have 6 silver.
Perfect.
So I just dump all 6 silver out on the table.
And Skip, Gryffindor stands out like a sore thumb in this place. So yeah.
I still have my staff, and I obviously didn't dismiss the light on it because I wouldn't have thought to. So there's this fucking wizard with a huge ass hat and a glowing staff, just like dumping out his like empty purse.
I like to imagine as well, you walked in, saw him, and then were like, I'm not gonna bother him yet, and like walked around to like not make eye contact to get his attention yet, and Skip just like watches you walk around not saying anything. Just
I'm like, I think I'm the abject symbol of subtlety, and
yeah, he just kind of like watches this happen, doesn't say anything, and just like and looks over to Naffer, and Naffer's probably like, should we? And he's like, he'll find his way to us when he's ready.
Like usual here, like Jesk, this is probably the first time you've met Jesk. He's like a big, he's like a big brutish looking guy. But when he speaks to you, it feels a little more like eloquent. And you're kind of like, when you're digesting the scene, you notice there's like a big stage inside this place, and there's like performers up on the stage doing stuff, and you might recognize some people from like the few times that you've gone to like the Playhouse.
Oh yeah.
And it seems it's where the like actors and people they frequent here.
Is this where the thespians come after curtain?
Typically, yes, or those aspiring.
Are you
interested?
I had some moments on stage recently, and I think that was as much as I would care to dabble. Unfortunately, I am not, while well versed, I am not eloquent in any imagination.
He's like, in the meanwhile, he's like undoing the bottle, like uncorking it. He's like pulling out a glass and he's pouring it.
I think I would be more interested in writing a screenplay for someone else to portray.
Oh, really now? What would that be
Yes.
about?
Well, we'll see. Probably about the heroes of Sandpoint, other than myself.
Fascinating.
And
I think I heard that someone has started something along the same lines, so.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Well, the heroes of Sandpoint are heroes. Those don't happen every day.
I would like to focus on the beauty of Sandpoint as a place, actually. Less the heroes. And use the heroes as a delivery tool to explain, why we're here.
Interesting. Well, if you ever need anyone to bounce ideas off of, pretty much everyone here, me included, always happy to be a part of it and help. And he's like finished. He's poured you like a little taster, and he's like swirls it around to let you like try it to make sure you want to commit to the like 5.
I like nervously drink the whole thing and then just like, yeah, okay, yeah.
Like, it's nice.
Yeah.
It's pretty good stuff. You probably don't drink a lot of elven wine, so you're not probably like, oh yes, this exact vintage. But you're like, oh, okay. Has that kind of fanciness to it. That
does it seem familiar, fancy, or just generic elven wine?
We'll say generic.
Yeah, I'll take the bottle and the 2 cups. I'll go over to the table and I'll set them down first. Their cups. I don't mean to bother you, gentlemen.
Grail, how are you? You're welcome to join us if you would like to sit down.
The light on my staff goes out with a puff, and it stays kind of like stuck to the floor, so it stays upright even when I set it down. Even when I set it down, and I'll set my hat on it, and I'll pull the chair out, and he just like uncharacteristically just flops down in the chair, and then like he has the wine glass and the bottle, and then I drink from the bottle. And then pour a glass.
And then damn it would probably come up to you and like expectantly.
I give him a biscuit. I absolutely have biscuits.
Naffer's like,
dog biscuits.
Gryffindor, good to see you. And he's like kind of hesitantly like pats you on the shoulder.
I'll reach out and you're a good man.
I've never seen you at the bar before. What brings you out?
I look around. I can't believe I've lived here for 10 years and I've never been here.
Not the most popular of places.
Cracktooth is a acquired taste. But trust that when you acquire it, it is a wonderful place.
The thespians here, I've seen most of them, and I've been to a few plays in my time.
I actually won a storytelling contest here back a few weeks ago.
Really?
I try not to brag when it's not my turn to, but...
Next you'll tell me you're the secret author of this so-called Heroes of Sandpoint play.
No, absolutely not. This was a telling of a past event. It was not mere fantasy. It was a reality, but it was a funny story nonetheless.
Maybe you'll regale me with the story sometime.
Perhaps one day, yes. That is in... It was from another life. Quite literally, I am afraid.
I know much about that, unfortunately.
Indeed, some of us are forced to live more lives than we care to. And he holds up his ale, and he's drinking just like the house ale. He looks at your bottle and like looks at his ale again. He knocks back the ale and sets it down. And since I have been living here, I've been trying to dissuade my taste for the fine things trying to convince myself I do not need such wonderful quality of things, but if you insist on finer wine, and he slides his ale cup to the side and pulls over a glass, yeah.
Oh, well, thank you. I, without thinking, and fully intended to drink that entire bottle myself, and you may have saved me from much pain. I'll slide some to Gaff too.
Naffer's
Naff, have you tried elven wine before?
Has Naffer tried elven wine?
I've never been able to afford it before.
You are in for a treat then, my friend. Even the poorest of elven wine tastes better than some of the more probably middling of human wine. Trust it will be delicious.
Well, perhaps a toast, then? Cheers to the heroes of Sandpoint. He, gestures to the both of you. Ding!
No, please, no cheers to us. We don't need any more attention than we already have.
The true heroes are you lot.
He drinks some and immediately he's like, oh! Tastes magnificent, but got a bit of a punch to it.
Well, when you live for hundreds of years, you need something that will carry on despite your tolerance for alcohol.
Yes. Next year's my 300th-year-old birthday.
I mean, you're just gonna, or Skip kind of gives you a side eye for a second, and well, a happy birthday it will be then. We'll have to remember to celebrate it.
I hope we can.
Naffer's like, 300? You're joking with me.
No, actually. And I'm the youngest of my siblings.
Oh. Incredible. Truly incredible. Can't imagine.
I left home actually almost exactly 200 years ago.
200 years of traveling.
I've seen most of Galarion, at least this part of the world. Hundreds of Thessalonian ruins, libraries, reliquaries, museums.
Wow.
But it's strange. I can almost count the number of bars I've been in.
I used to be a bit of a traveler myself.
Ooh. Sandpoint hasn't been your home of homes.
Sandpoint is a recent home. He gets a little he feels like he probably overstepped his bounds, not his bounds, but rather it looks like he gets kind of he kind of regrets that he brought that up.
Relatively recent for us as well.
Well, y'all should know that I work in the church, so I hear people talk, and everyone's very happy to have you all here.
It's been serendipitous.
While you two were talking kind of to each other, Emhyr was kind of getting lost in his cup again, just zoning out and looking forward, and kind of leans up and, sure, yes, we are all happy to be here as well.
Fortitude sake.
Grail turns and looks at him. I'm sure all of us have a history. I think Sandpoint has this magnetism about it. Probably why it's the focal point of so much.
For you, it might feel like you were being pulled here. For me, it felt like I was being pushed. It was not as much of a choice as I had hoped.
Every force has an equal and opposite reaction. You may have felt pushed, but it was just another part of the effect.
If the forces that got me here and brought me back are to have an equal and opposite reaction, we had best drink now while we can.
Right.
Do not like the way things look now. I do. Most days I hardly feel like myself anymore. If there are other things that I don't understand to come, then he kind of takes another big hit off the glass and sets it back down.
Straight from the bottle.
Yeah, just
Grail finishes his and sets it down. You say that, but there is some hope. There's this seemingly impossible, irrevocable power pushing us in one direction. But in space, even a slight, and I'll roll my glass and then like just barely touch it so it changes directions. Interruption can veer its course. And then I'll do it again right before it rolls off the table and stop it. Can prevent destruction. You'd think about this. We're being pushed along with this force, but all of us together are changing the trajectory of the outcome, even slightly. And we just have to keep pushing.
I mean, like listening to you say all of this, and it's kind of like when you're talking at somebody and they're like nodding along, and he's like, and once you finally like give him a break in talking for a second, you can tell he's definitely getting more drunk.
Yeah.
Sitting here, like it's not just that he's zoning out; it's that he's also drinking, and he clearly has something on his mind.
Yeah.
And did you know? It is said in my family that in Pharasma's spire, all of her followers have a light that shines within her great hall. That is what becomes of our souls. It is said that my family are some of the lights closest to her throne that she sits upon at the top of the spire. It is said we have our own crypt for our souls to get to sit in, and that it is beautiful, and we get to shine for eternity with her. Sometimes I wish my soul had gotten to stay there. And that's all he says on it, and just sits quietly.
Who says it won't one day?
I fear that whatever this tattered thing I have left of a soul, Pharasma will even take it. I doubt it will sit in the same seat of glory it was originally intended for.
With your mission and the way you hold yourself and your intentions, I seriously doubt a being so central to our existence would see what you have become and revoke all that you are, all who you are and what you do. That is not a god worth following, but I know for a fact Pharasma's not so unforgiving. This thing has been out of your control. You still hold the glory of your family name because of who you are by nature. Fighting these ghouls and continuing to protect life and the continuation of life and the people who live here is so true to your name and the legacy that you speak of. I seriously doubt that this was by any means a coincidence. Whatever power brought you back, they will, whether ill or good, you have taken control of this.
I appreciate you saying these things, Grail. There are things I fear you do not understand about me as of yet. This version of me that you know, this heroic person who leaps into battle to fight and slay undead on behalf of others, that is not me.
Oh, you mean the one who left to get away from the path of adventuring, and we had to drag to every inch of this realm so far, kicking and screaming, and continues to profess that he hates the life of adventuring. You say, I don't understand that.
Indeed. Yeah. If you had seen the feats of cowardice I had achieved in my past, this version, this me that is now doing these things, what I'm saying to you is that I shouldn't want to be this person, and yet I do. And while that should be encouraging for most, it only makes me believe that I am not who I think I am. I don't know what or who I am now, but I fear I am only under a delusion that I am Emhyr Thane Mors Venator IV. Skip is my name now. It is who I choose to be, but what I am telling you is I am unsure of who I am. These motivations that I feel, they are not mine. They have never been mine.
Oh, go ahead.
Does it?
A really rare change of emotion comes across Gryffindor, where he was encouraging, and then you see almost a very rare, deep sorrow cross his face for a moment. If only you knew that I said those words every night for 200 years. I think there is far less of me you know than what I know less of you.
But life as long as yours, there is much to forget.
If only one could. I have been running so long towards an ability to fulfill my duty, where in truth I've been running from the duty.
Naffer's
like,
yeah, Naffer's just like, oh damn. So you guys, seems like you have a pretty serious conversation through the night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably. Okay. I mean, I think once the bottle's done, Emhyr would probably kind of look to Naffer and be like, I appreciate you coming out for tonight. I'm sorry that I was a poor drinking fellow.
And I came here to...
Before we get to that, we're gonna flash over to some other teammates here. So Una, you said you were gonna go to the Rusty Dragon.
Yeah, I think assuming that was that, they'd head back for the night.
Okay. So Tree, you've been waiting in the Rusty Dragon for a little while, and you would see Vincent walk in to the Rusty Dragon by himself. And does Vincent just go straight to the bar to order a drink?
Yep. With like a almost energetic, like he's walking towards that bar with a purpose. Like something in his head is turning and he has got his sights set.
All right. It's almost like he doesn't even notice you, Tree. It's just like, and at this point, Amelia, that's her name, right? Kaijitsu is actually back at the tavern.
Yay!
And she actually seems like kind of high spirits, and yeah, she would like, oh, hi Vincent, it's been a long time, and she's like, here, one on the house to start you off with, and she pours you a nice drink. It's busy in here as usual. And
before it even hits the bar, he slams it.
All right. Okay. Does Tree do anything?
Tree will just watch. Okay. Passively, he seems to be a man on the mission, and then God knows I'm not going to interfere with a man on a mission.
Okay.
Yeah. So Vincent slams it and goes, I was wondering where you were. Got kind of worried. I thought I was actually going to maybe take a detour and go looking for you, but here you are.
So you approach Tree and say that?
No, talking to
Amelia.
Amico.
Thank you.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, she was like, right. She was about to head out to like serve more drinks. She's like, yeah, I had to take care of a lot. But it feels good to be back where I belong.
Well, it's good to see you. And before you go, give me your strongest.
She's like, insert really the give him
Here's your can
the
of gasoline.
give him the
give him some.
give him the
Tarrasque.
Tarrasque the Tarrasque horn or something. It's just like a big crazy mixture, like unwell it from like the deepest pits.
The pickled eel.
It's sparking.
Yep.
Or yeah,
Got something floating in it.
her little like halfling like helper lady is the one she pours it for her, and she's like walking around handing out drinks and stuff. Everyone's like a higher energy because of Amiko's back, and everyone's like trying to like get her to like perform, and she's like maybe not tonight, we'll see. And then after a little bit, a little while longer, Una, you would walk in. You'd see Vincent at the bar drinking. I imagine Tree's probably at like the usual table, just kind of hanging out.
And Una would just kind of walk in. Is it obvious Vincent is just drinking to get plastered?
Seems like it. There's got like a couple empty drinks. Right?
No, that's what I'm asking. Like you've been around people who are obviously drinking just to get fucking blackout.
Yeah.
Is it that obvious, or
with the strong drink that she just gave him, Vincent would get up on the bar, get everybody's attention in the bar.
Oh boy.
And just toast to Sandpoint. And then slam it.
Disabled! Yeah. Everyone joins in.
Oh fuck.
Una walks in and just sees that and kind of walks over to Vincent and like pulls up a seat and slowly climbs up and clambers into it and motions for Tree to come over.
All right.
Assuming Tree come over?
Yep.
Once it does, it can't quite reach over to Vincent's back because, tiny stubby arms. But telekinetic handily pats him on the back. Goes like, hey buddy, what's wrong? That's not my normal voice, but fuck it, I forgot for a second.
Why would you think something's wrong, Una?
Well, you're not the first person I've seen getting blotto. What's wrong, bud?
Seriously, nothing. I just
I'll be honest, we've only known each other for about 2.5 months, but I do think this is the first time I've seen you basically drinking ether.
Yeah, it tasted like ether too, but we're not gonna let them know.
What's ether?
It's big boy drink that you shouldn't have.
To be fair, you probably could handle it better than I do.
As D'Artagnan drinks from his sippy cup. What's ether?
Oh god.
No, for real though, buddy. You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm great, actually. While you were being examined, I took a little walk and just kind of relived everything that's happened over the past few months and decided, you know what? Maybe I'm taking this a little too serious. So tonight, I'm going to hit every bar this town has, and I'm just going to have fun.
Huh. Like I said, we only known each other for a little while, but if I remember correctly, the day we met, you were getting drunk for your first time. Is that about right?
Yep. And,
now, typically, people don't dive right into the deep end unless there's something they're trying to dive away from. You sure you're doing okay there, bud?
Yeah. Actually, I don't think I've ever been better.
Huh. Well, you wouldn't be a tabletop character with some sort of tragic backstory that I'm not going to dig into because that'd be a bit too meta. But not that we know what those things are.
Let me grab my character sheet real quick.
Right, exactly.
Oh shit! I do have a tragic backstory.
Yeah. Oh crap! I forgot about that.
Well, buddy, if you insist you're okay, I'm not going to poke and prod too much. But if you're not, it's okay to talk.
Oh no, I'm gonna have a hell of a night.
So does Vincent?
All right, buddy, you stay safe.
Does Vincent leave then?
Yep. As soon as he's done with that drink, he's gonna just wave to everybody that toasted to Sandpoint. On to the next bar.
All right. I imagine you probably leave like a silver behind for that drink, but all right. So then it's just Una and Tree left in the Rusty Dragon as Vincent heads on to another bar.
And Una just kind of watches Vincent leave and kind of turns and glances at Tree and like, hey, man, we are a motley crew of fuck-ups, ain't we? Not me, but the rest of you.
I'm pretty sure I'm just a paragon of virtue over here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Not gonna touch on how you abandoned your god, but no worries.
All right.
I am not saying that in character.
All right.
The good thing about lots of gods is there's lots of choices.
Lots of.
They never take it personally.
Right.
Never.
A lot of fish in the sea.
That's how they view it.
Not anymore.
There's always the devil.
So how about you, buddy? How are you doing?
I think for the first time since I came back, I'm good.
What was the whole non-burning bush thing? In a different world, I'd see some sort of religious significance there, but I don't know what that means here.
Well, there was religious significance.
This morning before the duo left us, they helped me on a new path.
What do you mean by that?
I would hunker around, and I'm sure my pack and stuff is back behind the bar. And I would go grab my shield and kind of hold it up, and you would see that normally, I don't actually even remember what Gozray's holy symbol was.
Tree? Let's say it's a tree.
It's a tree.
But it's not that anymore.
It is now a semi-glowing flaming sword.
Huh.
And the flames are white flames.
Huh. So do you mind if I ask you a kind of personal question, bud?
Sure.
So, back in Magnema, in that time we don't talk too much about.
Yep.
It seemed like you had been reborn from your deity there.
In a way, yeah. That's kind of true.
Do you feel like you were just reborn and then tossed aside, or?
I feel like, to be honest, I think that I just walked away.
Willingly and happily, or because it just seemed like the only choice you had? You can of course say, hey, Una, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about, and I'll just drop this.
I don't mind talking about myself with my best friend.
Oh, shucks, buddy.
I think that once a long time ago, we were talking about, I don't know if you remember, sometimes things have choices and sometimes things don't have choices. And I described you lot with having too many choices and a lot of bad ones. And I didn't know what that was like. And I think I decided that I wanted to make my own choices for the first time in my existence. And so if that meant I had to step away, that was what I needed to do for myself, And I'm excited to make some terrible choices with you, my friend.
Well, no, don't say that.
Well, listen,
I mean, the friend part. Keep saying the friend part. I like that part.
Listen, we just watched our friend drink. I don't know. It smelled like burning horses, and I'm pretty sure something was moving in it. And he seemed to like having a great time. So maybe sometimes the bad choices are the most fun, and fun is good.
I more meant don't say they're bad. Right, bad is a judgment call. So long as your choices aren't hurting, though, innocence, taking agency away, that sort of thing, they're not bad.
I suppose that's true. I hadn't thought of it like that.
If Vincent wants to drink himself into a gutter, so long as he doesn't take anyone with him, it's fine.
It's fine. I'm gonna cure him in the morning, anyways. He won't even know.
No, don't do that. Half of the fun of doing that is that he's got to live through it the next day.
It's true.
He'll go for a swim and he'll be fine.
Sometimes I wish I knew what alcohol was like, but I don't have a mouth.
Yeah, buddy, I can't imbibe anymore, but I'll tell you, you're not missing too much.
I don't know, he seemed like he was having fun.
Well, no, I mean that part's fun, but it's a permission structure. Right, you can do that without it.
So, Una, I came here today to I think that it's time to have a chat.
Oh no, you didn't see underneath the ropes, did you?
I mean, only the glances, but that's not actually what I'm talking about.
Oh, thank God.
What you wish to share with me or anybody else is your own choice.
It was a joke. I was being glib. Calm down.
Okay.
What's on your mind, little buddy? Or equally sized buddy?
I think that it's time for us to have a chat with our growingly concerning behavior tall friend of Gray.
Yeah, no, I know that. Yeah, I worry because we've talked with him before, and he doesn't see any issue with his, frankly, troubling thirst for power.
I think that this time is different because from the judgments of today, he seemed very scared of himself. And I think this is the best time of any to talk.
The thing is I kind of know where he's coming from. He sees himself as he strikes me as the sort of guy who says the ends justify the means. And he you saw how he nearly killed Vincent when all he could have done is just ask for it back. And earlier when we first took out Nualia, he got thirsty for artifacts then. It's whenever any of these Thessalonian things are out here, he's gonna do this.
I think that for the time being, we just have a conversation and a reminder, because I did promise him to keep an eye on him, and now I feel it's the time to bring it up.
All right, buddy. If you want to take lead, I'll follow you.
Okay.
Do you want to do this now, or maybe in the morning when people aren't so blotto?
We could do it in the morning. That seems reasonable. I have to get up early anyways.
Yeah, I think probably not doing it when everyone's in their cups and feelings and all that stuff is probably not the best idea.
We'll do it when they're all cranky and hungover. Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's
not actively having an existential crisis.
All right, so
do you mind going to the store with me to do some shopping in the morning?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. I don't know how to bargain.
You've grown up slightly. He might know the difference between coins now.
I just know the bigger one is the better one.
These big, heavy copper coins are worth so much.
All right. So sounds like you two are going to wrap it up for the night to have a conversation / shopping in the morning. I imagine eventually, not to linger on it too much, but Vincent would probably stop by Cracktooth kind of towards the end of, Grail and Emhyr and Skip's time there. I don't know if you guys want to, if you're wanting a role play situation for that, or if you're just wanting to move on to the next day or what. So I'll give you the opportunity before we head to break.
Emhyr's drunk and Gryffindor wishes he was drunk.
Okay.
Skip is drunk enough that he is realizing that he's starting to say more of his feelings than he wishes to at the moment, especially with him not knowing what he thinks about what he feels or even understanding it yet. So he's probably going to take himself home.
Sure. I just don't want to take any, if Vincent had something you were wanting to do, Vincent, I don't want to take that away
Grail
from
would
you.
stay.
As Skip is trying to walk out the door, Vincent is going to grab him, pick him up, and bring him to the bar.
Okay.
And then he is going to order
I think he could pass
Skip and I.
He let himself get carried. He doesn't feel like fighting anybody. He's just gonna go to the bar and sit.
Naffer's just like,
he's gonna order 2 drinks, one for Skip, one for himself.
Skip will look at Cracktooth, who has drunk with Skip enough times at this point to he'll say, Cracktooth, for mine, pour me a special of that clear vodka you have in the back, and give him like a little wink.
Vincent's gonna be like, he wants water. Just give him water. And then he's going to toast to Sandpoint, and then he's gonna look at Grail and be like, and toast to mages who can't fire shit.
Grail's
gonna
like,
slam it.
Why would you toast something so never mind. Yeah. Okay.
Because Vincent's drunk.
Everyone's like, to Sandpoint, and then the second part everyone's like, 2 mages who
just to Grail, and he's gonna wipe his mouth.
To myself for being an idiot.
And then Vincent is going to roll a fortitude to see if he throws up or passes out.
All right. I like those 2 options.
Here we go, chat.
Ooh, man.
That's too middle of the road.
It's your call.
I'll give it one more go. I'll give it
23. That's pretty good, actually.
Ooh.
Oh, man.
Vincent's going to pass out.
All right. You managed to keep it in.
He's like,
and just like a falling tree.
All right. Anything you guys are wanting to do with a passed out Vincent, or?
Grail's like looking down at the ground and he puts his empty cup down because he was definitely too broke to buy another drink.
When you fall and spill the drink you had in your hand, Dammit will come over and drink it off the floor.
Damn booze hound.
Yeah, and then Dammit's also a little drunk. I'm just kind of like wobbling.
I just want to remind everybody that it's not a dog, it's a rat.
I was gonna say, I love that has made peace with a goblin dog, just like roaming around. Just
a booze rat.
Yeah.
He's fine. He's fine.
Emhyr look over to Jess Cracktooth and, would you mind caring for our friend here? I believe he's going to need someone to carry him home. Now I am in no state to carry anyone.
Sure. Where should I deliver him to?
I don't live far from here.
Naffer's like, I can help him. Scoops him up.
Grail like puts his hat on, picks up his staff. Thank you, Naffer.
Perhaps on another night we would play some sort of joke on him, but I can't summon the spirit for it. And be kind of, thank you, Naffer.
I look at him as like, what is it they usually do, anyways?
I don't know, draw dicks on his face or something, I believe.
I press
the usual.
I wave my hand and I prestidigitation a dick on his face. But it's way too well artistically accurate.
It's anatomically accurate.
It's just like
Oh wait, I gotta roll a craft check. Hold on, craft check.
No.
Craft check.
Hey, you need to get up from bed.
Oh damn. He's fucking
It's a pretty good.
Yeah. That's a good one.
it's an art piece.
All right.
Yeah, shading.
Are all of you going back to
It's a veiny
Gryffindor's
son of a
then?
bitch.
No.
Back to my house.
Your house, and then Vincent's getting delivered to Gryffindor's.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
What a lovely night. Okay. Well, I'll have something a little special to do when we get back from break. But first, we're going to go ahead and take that break. Go to the restroom, grab something to eat, something to drink. Recommend everyone in chat do so as well. Stretch your legs, and then we'll be back in about like 10-ish minutes, if something comes up or not. But we'll be in chat too, so feel free to chat with us. But we'll be back, lovely people. All
He's
right.
fine.
We're
Just
back.
make sure to eat those shits real close to the mic.
We're back. How's everyone doing? Thank you so much, Random Rhapsody, for the raid. That was super, super kind of you. Big shout out to you. In case anyone wasn't super paying attention to the chat, but they are the DM. I don't know what they call it in. I know it's a different name for every system, but they're playing something called Sagas.
Sagas is fun.
Light tabletop RPG, and it is a Spelljammer inspired adventure. So that sounds super cool. So thank you. Unfortunately, it happens every other Monday during our show, so won't be able to watch, but happy to support and lurk at the very least.
I'll just skip next session to watch, bud.
Yeah.
We'll take a break.
We'll just stream watching them.
Mm-hmm. We'll get commentary.
MST 3K on somebody else's fucking actual play.
All right. Now that we're back, I'm going to try something a little different. I was inspired by absolutely nothing. I just had a Jimmy Neutron brain blast while I was at work. You see how it goes. Last time this happened, it went over well, so hopefully this happens again. All right. We are, so imagine you guys, pretty much all of you have gone to bed at this point, right? To end the night, to go for the next day. So we open into this room, fairly decent sized bedroom, seeing a middle-aged man sitting on the edge of his bed, seemingly staring down into his hand. We look a little bit closer and we can see his eyes. Looks like bags under him, like he hasn't slept in a couple days.
Real?
It makes it appear like he wants to cry, but he's doing his best to not do so. His face washed away of some of the color that would usually be in it. Staring into his hand, we can see he's holding this golden bracelet. We know that he gives these bracelets. He gives them as a gift to his girls for their 16th birthday. It's supposed to match the first gift he ever gave his wife. They were always envious of it growing up, as they do. They always wanted to wear their mother's beautiful bracelet. So it's a gold bracelet with their birthstone set into it with an inscription. He remembers going to Maver Kesk, the owner of the local jewelry store, have these specially made. As he moves it around, we can glance at what it says on the inside of it. It says, "With all my love to my Katrine." As we kind of are able to look this closely, we're able to notice his hands worn. Looks like his knuckles are bloody. Inconsolable rage in a physical form. Like he's been hitting a wall or something, taking his anger out. Hemlock made you stay overnight in the garrison on that day. He knew you didn't do it, but he knew how you would act. You've never been known for a mellow temperament, especially anything involving your daughters. He let you out the next day so you can go home, take care of things. You've been paralyzed, unable to accomplish much of anything. Your dear wife It's taken the news better than you, but you know it's still destroyed her. She tries to continue her daily chores, but makes the occasional mistake, steps away. Dinner didn't taste good, but it didn't matter. You don't care. Food doesn't taste right anymore. Your youngest hasn't come out of her room. You can hear her crying from time to time, breaking your heart even more. You've never missed a day in your store. And here you are, missing 2 in a row. You can't help but just the same things run across your head. What could have happened? Hemlock has refused to let you see her body. What bastard did this to your baby? You're brought back to reality as a hard knock raps on your door. You immediately think it's late. Who could it be? You feel like part of the town is already thinking that it was you that did it. You were somehow responsible. So no one's come to visit since. Your wife lies in bed behind you, tucked in, doing her best to go to sleep. You don't just want to disturb her, so you make your way out, past the stairs, heading up to the second floor, where both of your daughter's rooms are. It helps, so you're at least able to avoid it for a little bit longer. As you go and you open the door, it's Sheriff Hemlock on the other side. He has that look in his eyes. You, being who you are, you probably read it as he's pitying you, sad for you. Kind of pisses you off, but you don't have it in you to do anything about it. Plus, the rational part of your brain says that he's the only one that's come to see you since. He's the only one that's really cared so far for you and your family. What's left of your family. Ben, I just wanted to see how you were holding up.
How would you be holding up? You just lost your daughter. Feels like a stupid question, doesn't it?
It does, but someone's got to ask. Worried about you. Know how you get.
I'm sorry. I appreciate you asking.
No, I understand. This isn't easy. Remember, he pauses. You finally notice that he's holding kind of a bundle of what looks like bread and pastry items. Here, it's something to help the family out, just in case, courtesy of Alma over at the bakery. Make sure you're feeding yourselves.
He starts to reach for it and stops for a second. I hate pity. But I also hate being rude, so.
As you say that, you remember that Alma lost her son the same way. Chopper killed Casp 10 years ago. She's never been the same since. That's how Sheriff Hemlock got his job.
I suppose if there's anybody in town who'd understand what I'm going through, it'd be her. He takes the sack of pastries and bread.
I don't know what else to say to you, Ben. I just tell you that we're working on
it. His knuckles go white as he like squinches his fists. You see him tense for a second. He grits his teeth and it ain't right for me to take my anger out on you. I know it ain't your doing, but
I'd rather you take it out on me than take it out on anyone else in this town, Ben. I can handle it. I'm the one that threw you in a cell for a reason.
Make me a promise. When you find the fucker who did this, you let me at him first.
I'll make sure the sumbitch pays, don't you worry.
Also, the wife wanted me to ask, when will we be able to see the girl? She's due a proper funeral.
And that's a tough one. I don't know rightly how to answer that for you.
Now, we both know it ain't right. She's been dead for days now. We still ain't even got to see her.
Ben, I don't we're scraping her off. You can tell Hemlock's struggling. He wants to tell you why, but at the same time, he clearly does not want to put that on you. How can you tell father what transpired, what happened to his daughter like that? This grisly murder that happened.
He sees him struggling with this. He's putting pieces together in his head too of what he was afraid of this whole time. That the reason he's not getting to see her is some kind of mutilation reason. They were afraid of what it would do to him, and it just kind of like piles on into this more anger, and he finally just bursts in, God damn it, we both know she's my baby girl. If anybody's gonna get to fucking see her, it ought to be us, not y'all down in whatever fucking hole you got her sitting in underneath the sails. Ain't none of this right. Ain't none of this natural. Fucking. And he's just kind of like looking for more words to say and trying to.
Hemlock would reach out and grab you. Ben, I understand. Look, I'll let you see her. I'll let you see her tomorrow. How about that? Just want, someone to clean her up a little bit. I don't want you seeing her at her absolute worst. Okay? And then we can look into getting the funeral and everything else, okay?
It ain't much, but it's something. Thank you, Hemlock.
You can thank the heroes. They're the ones on the case.
Well, I don't really know them, I reckon, but I do know you, and I know you're working for us, so thank you. You can thank them if you want, but I know where my thanks are going.
Hemlock clearly being able to tell his words are practically falling on deaf ears, a platitude. There's nothing he can say. He knows there's nothing he can say. This is clearly his least favorite part of his job. Pats Ben on the shoulder. You try and get some sleep now, okay?
Sure.
You look like hell.
Hell would be an improvement.
Hemlock puts his hat back on. Kind of tips it a little bit in a kind gesture. Tell the wife and tell the family hi from me. And he starts to walk off into the night.
He shuts the door, sets the pastry bag to the side of whatever kind of like table most people have near like the front door kind of thing, and just with his forehead like touching the door, hits the door a couple of times, and then just does like a sucker punch, kind of like from low, just hits the door one more time. He feels like he rips open some of the scabs on his knuckles from earlier and grits his teeth for a second, knowing what he just did was stupid, and he's gonna pay for it again in a couple of like minutes when the pain really sets in, and breathes through it, picks up the bag and takes it to the kitchen.
A few hours pass as you've decided to lay in bed trying to fall asleep. Thoughts swimming through your mind mercilessly, making it so difficult. Eventually, you're awoken by the sound. Almost sounds like a scratching sound. Very faint. It feels like it's coming from the front door.
He'll sit up and see if his wife has noticed.
You look over and your wife looks like by some miracle she's finally fallen asleep. You can hear those deep breaths of someone. You can see it looks like she cried a little bit in the middle of the night while you weren't looking. It seems exhaustion finally took over.
He won't wake her. He'll try to as easily as possible get out of bed and make his way downstairs. His bedroom's upstairs.
You're on the downstairs. Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, he'll make his way. Upstairs. Yeah, he'll make his way towards the front door and see if he still hears the scratching or not.
Okay. As you start working your way towards the front door, trying to be decently quiet to not wake the wife. Scratching is getting a little bit louder and louder as you work your way there until eventually it seems to stop.
Is there... I assume he has like a club or a stick or something near like the front door, right? Yeah. He'll pick that up, and if there are any windows near the front of the house, he'll try to look out and see if he sees anything.
Look out, and you don't notice anything from the angle you're able to look. It's pretty dark out there too.
He'll make sure the door is good and locked, and if he's not hearing anything else, he'll take the club with him, but he'll go upstairs to check on his other daughter.
All right. You work your way upstairs with the club in your hand. You open Chalis's door, and you can see her. Slight relief that you can get just seeing your daughter there laying in bed. You look, you see her window is slightly open. It looks like it's kind of creaking a little bit.
He'll go over and shut the window.
You walk your way over to shut the window, and you kind of look down. You see what looks like something kind of dart around the corner from near the front door of the house.
Like out of sight completely around the corner of the house?
Yes.
All right, he'll shut the window and lock it, and then he'll go back downstairs to the front door and think to himself about whether or not this is a good decision. And as he's thinking that, just like all of the anger and frustration he's been feeling these last couple days kind of like really pushes him into fuck this, and just like opens the front door and steps outside to see if he can see anything.
All right. Throw open the door and you step out, looking for any excuse to get to vent some of this pent up anger that you've got. You look around. It's fairly light out with the stars and the moonlight. You're able to see fairly decently once your eyes start adjusting. You start hearing that scratching noise again. It seems to be coming around from the side of the house.
I've wanted to get to say this for a long time. This is out of character. I'm gonna get whoever that is out there. I just want you to leave us the hell alone. We done been through enough, don't you think? Now, just go and get on out of here. And he starts like kind of like walking around the house.
As you start walking around the house yelling that, you start notice just really how dark it is on this side of your house, making it very difficult trying to adjust your eyes to it. You almost feel like you see a figure standing there. Looks like it's running. These very thin hands along the side of your house as it's walking towards you. You can hear thud. Its breathing starts getting a little heavier.
He starts to take a step back, looks over at the front door, steps in front of the door and pulls it closed, but he's still in front of the outside of the door. And he's like trying to see what is going on, but he doesn't want to let anything into the house.
As it starts trying to get a little bit closer, it says, "We've been told to come and get you." Walks a little bit closer. The moonlight comes out just to reveal just enough to see the most horrific sight you've ever seen. Some barely hanging on flesh, gaunt, large fangs. You can see its arms almost practically skeletal. And these eyes staring directly, feels like your soul. It's this almost like a smile on its face.
He looks at it for a second. It's trying to like speak, but it's like doing the kind of like fear is like locking his throat. He's like, he like motions to open the front door like he's gonna run inside really quick and slam it.
It just, hardly reacting to it, just continues to slowly walk closer, revealing more and more of its ghoulish body.
He fully opens the front door, steps in, slams the door, and puts his body into it and starts trying to lock it. And he yells upstairs, or yells into the house. Just yells, just like kind of a vocalized panic. It's like, everybody get up!
As you yell, you hear your wife react. Oh, she gets broken out of a deep sleep, and you hear a quick scratch along the door. And then you hear the sound of a breaking window upstairs.
Club in hand, he runs upstairs.
You hear your daughter scream as you run upstairs and open the door, and you see the ghoulish figure holding her, and she appears frozen, almost in fear. She can't move a muscle, it seems like, and it's just holding her with its long, devilish claw, staring at you. Who will it be? You or her?
He looks to his daughter for a second as she's probably looking at him, and don't worry, sweetie. Everything's gonna be alright. And he drops the club to the side and take me. Do whatever you gotta do. Leave her unharmed. Take me. And kind of like puts his hands out to the, like down and to the side, kind of like unthreateningly as possible.
You can see its eyes kind of darting side to side. And it just shoves her over, and her paralyzed body falls onto her bed, and it walks up to you. And it sticks you with its claw. Just enough to not cause a major wound or kill you. But you feel something you've never felt quite so before. Your muscles start constricting, tightening. You feel that. You realize exactly what happened to her, and you feel completely paralyzed. You fall to the ground, paralyzed, as it looms over you. You hear your wife starting to walk up the stairs.
he's trying to fight to speak as best he can. It's just kind of coming through as like.
You can tell this creature, whatever it is considering its options as it looks back at your daughter, kind of looks out in the hallway, looks down at you.
When it looks at me on the floor, I look in its eyes and I look at the window and just like try to get it to go, to take me and go.
You see it lick its teeth a little bit. You can tell it's gonna do something. Then your footsteps stop. Seems your wife runs back down the stairs. She opens the door and she starts yelling for help outside. You can tell it's not pleased with this course of action. And walks over to the bed and gives just a slight bite on your daughter.
Fucker.
Walks over to you, grabs you by scruff of your long johns, your hair, whatever is available, and starts. It's freakishly strong for how it looks, and it starts to drag you. And it drags you through her room. Room you haven't been in a couple days. Her room has a window out the back. Pushes open the window as you're taking in the scenery, looking at everything. You can feel yourself panicking. You didn't want to be in here. You haven't been in here. All memories flooding back through you as it drags you out, holding you as it's stuck to the wall, climbing down.
As it goes out the window, a single tear manages to roll free.
It starts to drag you over into the river, keeping you up on top as it submerges itself. You can feel it grab hold of you from underneath the water. And it takes you away into the night. Scene.
You said you thought about that at work? What the fuck do you do at work, buddy?
Get ready for playing this.
I hated that.
Hate it in a good way or hate it in a bad way?
Yeah, no, it was very scary and I never want to do that again.
That was fun. Yeah, that was good.
Cool, glad you liked it.
I'm actually glad that you did that because Ven is my character's friend. So that would be fucked up.
I figured it'd be a good way to kind of show from the other side, like, how scary these things really are when you really think about it, right? From not the perspective of level 5 adventurers.
I think as a level 5 perspective, that's terrifying. I don't know what you're talking about.
And I left it very open-ended, so like I pretty much only had the first half up to like the conversation with Hemlock kind of down, and then after that it was totally like whatever you did could have changed a whole lot of stuff.
That was fun.
Cool.
I had to decide what voice I wanted to do, and I didn't want to just do mine.
You did good.
I mean, I think you went with the 20-year-old version of yourself if you stayed in Tennessee.
Yeah, that's fair. If I had stayed in the back fuck middle of nowhere, that'd have been me.
Round of applause for Jake. That was good. That was good being put on the spot like that.
Thank you.
Thank you for being my guinea pig for that.
I feel like I got Dragon's Dogmud, where you ran off with the merchant I made friends with.
I was thinking actually of Fable. The first time you meet a werewolf, it takes one of the villagers and then jumps out the window.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of.
My brain goes to weird places when I prep these games for you guys, so that's like I said, it's just my ADHD. I was just like, oh, this would be fun.
You sadistic motherfucker.
It was fun.
I'm not copying anyone else that I'm aware of. That was all just I made that up on the spot.
So we're never gonna let Robert DM a horror campaign, is what I'm hearing.
Oh,
listen,
you should see him
too
DM
late.
the Alien RPG.
Nope.
Yeah, the
And-
RPG is a lot of fun.
And the Cthulhu RPGs are scary enough.
It was a lot of fun too.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Emhyr, you've probably at this point gotten hardly a wink of sleep. What feels like as you hear that oh so unfortunate noise of a heavy pounding on your door.
Is that my head or the door?
I get up with a grumble.
Emhyr!
And so does.
You recognize Hemlock's voice immediately. It sounds panicked. Emhyr, I'm sorry, but I need you to wake up, please.
One moment, Hemlock. I'm sorting myself out in here. And he'll look down and, damn it, also kind of gets up with a grumble, who's also a little hungover. Like, and just kind of like rolls over.
Damn it, just kind of finds a different
Based
spot.
on the tone in his voice as well, Emhyr will kind of just like get decent enough and go to the door and open it. What is going on? This is way too early for this. It had better be an emergency.
You can tell Hemlock is clearly like winded. He looks like he hasn't gotten like any sleep either. Ben's been taken.
What do you mean taken?
Something showed up in the middle of the night and grabbed Ben and left. Attacked his family.
Gods. Alright, give me a moment to gather my things. I'll be out as quickly as possible.
Been sending guards all over the place trying to look for any traces of him.
We need to gather, my friends. If we are to find him, we'll need experts. And there are a few better at tracking than First Tree and Vincent. Perhaps between the two of them, they'll be able to find him.
Yeah, definitely, yes.
Go ahead and send for help. I will meet you at the garrison.
All right.
He'll go back in and start gathering his things.
He runs off to, we'll say, probably the next closest would actually be the Rusty Dragon. You know, take some time. He has no idea which room or rooms you're staying in.
I mean, I'm sure the front desk or they could just tell him.
They're asleep too.
I think at this point I would actually be up and about.
All right, you're probably just starting your day, kind of getting ready, and Hemlock would burst into the tavern. Oh, Tree.
Hi. How's it going?
Not good at all. Ben's been taken.
Oh. Who is that?
The owner of the general store, the one whose daughter.
Oh,
the mill.
That's bad. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll go get Una, and then we'll meet. Where do you want to meet? Are we going to their house?
No, we're gonna meet at the garrison. I just gotta grab the rest of your friends. That's what Emhyr asked of me to do.
Okay, I'm gonna go get Una.
Thank you. He runs out. Eventually, Grail and Vincent might hear, depending on how conscious you are. Might take a bit for Vincent to start hearing it. Grail would probably notice it first.
Grail comes to the door because he's probably already awake. And Vincent's for sure
just a little angry.
Hungover. I'll open the door very quickly with Mage Hand from a distance.
All right, and you two see a breathing heavy, exasperated looking Hemlock. He looks panicked. Grail.
I put my hat on.
He just kind of shakes his head. He's like,
Lead the way.
He's getting real tired. You have Vincent here.
Vincent walks around the corner dragging a longsword in one hand, but he's wearing nothing but his skivvies.
Whatever.
I'll drag his pack and his armor across out of his room with my mage hand across the living room and into my bag of holding, and then I'll at least put pants on, and I throw him on his head, and I walk out the door.
All right. All right. So you guys all eventually meet up at the garrison, most likely outside the garrison. The town is already all abuzz this early in the day, as you know, Ven's wife was screaming for help, waking up who knows how many people. Like, caught the attention of the few, you know, the guards. Got to Hemlock, like now it's just spreading, and the town is all abuzz. Panic is starting to set in. Hemlock's just like yelling, telling his guards, trying to help keep people calm down, trying to cordon off certain areas while trying to send simultaneously other guards to certain areas to search thoroughly to see, hoping, you can tell, hoping and praying that Ven just walked off somewhere. He knows he's in a rough headspace right now. He sees you all approach. You can tell he doesn't have any good news at all to tell you.
I'm assuming he told me a little bit on the way out, or is this like really?
And how long you want to stick around with Vincent to wait to get him all?
Vincent got dressed.
Okay.
He's just incredibly pissed off that he got woken up after a night of drinking, so he's ready to kill whatever this is so he can go back to bed.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much tells you all everything that he knows, and that Ven is missing. They found his daughter paralyzed on her bed.
Emhyr will have already been there for at least a few minutes ahead of everybody else because he was kind of one of the first ones to get alerted. He would probably be running through the situation and getting ready to tell everybody that we're heading to what is their last name?
Vendor.
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 The general vendor. So yeah, we'll go to his house.
Okay. All right.
Basically just like getting ready to tell everybody when they show up that we're heading over there to investigate and get the details on the way.
Okay. Oh, as you guys head over to the vendor household, there's, you know, a bit of a scene outside. People are so curious. You know, guards are trying to keep people from getting close. You guys are able to make it through, and you're very clearly able to see from the front a broken window from the outside.
I'm assuming it made an imprint on the ground when it landed, correct?
You want to roll a survival?
Do we think a 17 is good enough, or should I roll for it?
What's your plus to survival?
11.
Oh, damn, you got higher than I. I could aid you in a survival.
All right, then I'll roll for it so that I can get your aid.
Yep.
And I will. I'll guidance myself while I do it.
Okay.
+1.
Jesus.
Hey.
Jesus Christ.
You should roll for it, bud.
That was a very good aid.
Yeah. Hey,
What's
what?
that?
Tree is gonna look like a rock star after this.
God, I hope I don't roll a.
And that one.
Yeah.
The exact opposite. Okay. I got a little worried.
All right.
I have a question.
Yes.
Tree's not on his ball, but Vince is like picking him up physically, like, no, look down this way.
There, Tree. There. Tracks so I can kill it.
I have potentially, it's difficult to figure out what and when and how I can get rituals or find rituals, but there's actually one that I could potentially cast with help.
Don't you have to learn them first?
Yeah, we gotta learn if they're uncommon or rare or whatever.
Yeah. So that's why I was gonna go see if maybe the father had it, since it said.
As far as your survival goes, there's a surprising lack of really any footprints around the majority of the house until you do make it all the way to the back side of the house, where you notice another broken, or not broken, but an opened window. And you do see, it seems something landed on the ground with a heavy, that was dragging a heavy object down and away. If you were to follow it, it would eventually lead you to the river.
So could I make a roll to see if I recognize the footprints, and then immediately, if I do recognize the footprints, hunt that prey to track it?
Yeah, I mean, you don't even have to roll for it. With trees roll, it's very much easily recognizable as a ghoul footprint. You can also smell it.
Ghoul or a ghast?
Ghoul.
Ghoul.
I've fought a few of those.
Interesting.
Ghoul's the little one, right? And the ghast is the scary one.
Yeah.
I mean, they're both relatively scary.
Yeah, but the ghast was the intelligent one that makes ghouls.
Yep.
Okay.
Sweet.
The thing is, the ghoul fever and all that doesn't paralyze you, does it? To our knowledge.
No, not to our knowledge.
Right, so that wouldn't explain the paralyzed daughter.
They have a venom in their talons, though, that paralyzes you.
Oh, no, they totally do, because Una got paralyzed. That's right.
Yeah.
Whoops.
So it's like two different things. They have an infection.
Yeah, you're totally
They
right.
have a bite and then they have a claw. And that's what, poked them. Gotcha. Yep.
We did learn that along at some point, yes.
Yeah, when
Literally
we got
yesterday.
paralyzed by one.
Yeah. I mean, like, from recall knowledges as well.
Sure.
Okay. Emhyr is gonna go in the house and check on the family and see what's going down.
Is the daughter still there? Did she get...
She is, yes. She is still there. Looks like she's being tended to.
I will go assist and observe and whatever the medical whatever's for the girl.
Okay. Yeah. They haven't gotten anyone else of like a higher caliber of medicinal like training in here yet, so the guards are just kind of trying to like keep her calm. Looks like the paralysis has worn off.
Hey, can you reset the spell so that I can prepare stuff again for the day?
Sure.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask about healing as well. I'm still down 36 HP.
Yeah, I mean, you just
He's a real hard night of drinking.
Y'all can go ahead and just re-heal yourselves up. That's totally
Can you do trigger a full night?
That's what I was being asked to do.
Fantastic.
I'll get rid of these like 6 scarecrow ghouls you guys missed.
We missed some?
Yeah, they're following us. Oh wait, shit, never mind.
And then menu. There you go. All right. Were you wanting to like check her out, or are you just watching them?
I'll check her out.
Okay. She's obviously like she's freaking the hell out. She's like crying. Like they're doing their best to like try and like console her, but this is a very difficult situation. I'll go ahead and roll a medicine check.
Well, why don't you really doing that? Like, do you want me to calm her? Because I can just magically calm her.
Perhaps we should speak to her first. Saves the magic.
I mean, it doesn't knock her out. It just soothes her.
Sure. It's just some people have different reactions to unquestioned magic. If you ask her if you want to calm her emotions with magic, sure. Just casting spells on random people perhaps doesn't always go.
Consent is very important.
But we do
didn't
need
have an objection when I did to the guy who was in lockup.
That man was a terrorist. So
that one was also a victim.
Yeah, I was a victim. Wow.
Man, you're accepting that cop role real quick, aren't you?
Respect the badge.
A white girl, we have to be nice to her.
Oh no.
After one day of training already.
That's the 1 day of training. That's all it is. How to be racist? Wait, what? Never mind.
Jesus Christ.
No, but Emhyr, we do need to ask her questions, so perhaps calming her would be in our best interest. We need to know what happened here.
You're gonna calm her emotions?
Una, well, you said she's coming out of the paralysis, right?
Yes, yeah.
How old is she again? She's what, 16 or so?
For the sake of everyone, she's gonna be about 18, 19.
Okay, gross. Why'd that have to be a sake of everyone thing? Una will go over to her and be like, sweetheart, we need to talk with you. If you'd like, I can give you something to help calm you for a bit. Would you like that?
She's like bawling her eyes out. She's just she's like not even listening. Like she's like,
I think I heard a yes in there, and I just kind of pat her on the back, and in doing so, drop a 10-foot burst on her for calm emotions.
All right. I'm gonna do a quick shout out here. Thank you, the Lollygaggers, for raiding us. Holy smokes! Welcome in.
Thank you, whoever you are.
Oops.
Oh no, I said the wrong thing.
You didn't say the wrong thing at all. Thank you so much. That was so kind of you. I hope your stream went well. What were you streaming? And if you got a raid and run, by all means, please do so. We are doing some Pathfinder. We are in the heat of some roleplay.
Like D&D, but for cooler people. And us.
And thank you everyone else who came along with the raid too. It was very, very kind of you. Thank you. All right. So, and then she like mellows out. Go ahead and roll that medicine check.
Yeah.
She seems like she's like a lot easier to talk to.
Here's my medicine check. Hey, wow, I suck.
All right. Yeah, you.
Wait, +1.
20.
Perfect. All right. So as you're trying to be, I imagine trying to be respectful about looking over, you're able to notice. Looks like there's like a singular like hole, whatever she's wearing, probably from claw. And then it looks like she has a bite mark.
Yeah, I look at that bite mark. Does it look oozy and pustully?
It's very early on, but it doesn't give you a good feeling.
Well, great. I'm gonna try a thing, guys. I haven't done it before, but we're gonna see what happens.
Brave words when dealing with medicine.
What is happening here?
Tree discovered chemotherapy. Let's see what happens.
Funnily enough,
radiation at her.
Give her poison.
Say this will feel slightly warm, but it's okay.
It is chemotherapy.
And I will cast my first use of a 3rd level spell of Remove Disease.
Excellent. All right. Talk to me about Remove Disease.
Healing magic purges disease from a creature's body. Oh, do I have to roll for this? Fucking, don't tell me that. No, it just does it. You attempt to counteract. It doesn't have a roll. It doesn't have a thing. It takes 10 minutes. So I would imagine that I would have her lay down on her back or in a chair or something. Mm-hmm. And I would put my hands over her as best as I can. And I would, my glowy, holy white fire would target that area, and it would kind of burn away any marks and discolorations of a disease would have.
Okay. Go ahead and roll whatever your, I guess essentially like your spell.
Yeah, it's so interesting because it doesn't have
the current edition is called Cleanse Affliction, the one you're looking for.
Oh.
It cleanses it, but if it has moved past stage 1, it instead reduces it by 1 stage.
Spells.
So if it's only at the entry stage, it cleanses it.
Oh, and they reduced it down to level 2.
Yeah, it's always the second spell level now in the remaster.
Nice. Okay, cool.
Oh, it's a second level spell now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I need to do some. Okay, so I'll do a second level spell and not my third. I'll need to change my
All right.
stuff.
And you feel like you burn out the affliction from within her with Iomede's divine fire.
Bends with fire.
She definitely had it.
I love that for me.
She rolled a 4 on her fortitude save.
Oof.
So it was a critical failure.
Wait, you mean level 0 commoners don't have a big fort save?
Oh, it's crazy, right?
Wild.
Crazy they don't have like a plus 16.
I want to remove spells from my spell list.
All right.
Hit the pencil at the bottom right, and then trash can it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Is there anything else anyone's wanting to do? It's 10 minutes. Finally, Tree finishes up.
Well, so would she be able to communicate while this is happening, you think?
Sure.
As he heals her with the power of microwaves?
Yeah.
With her being calmed and being treated, wouldn't it be like, hon, I know this is going to be pretty difficult, but we need you to help us. How much do you remember from what happened last night?
She goes into talking about just remember being asleep. And she's saying this probably in a fairly monotone. I don't know exactly how a calm emotion works, but I'm just kind of winging it.
It just chills her out, basically.
I just remember being asleep and then being woken up by my window being broken, and then suddenly by the time I turned around in my bed, I couldn't move, and something picked me up. Something horrible, terrifying. I've never seen anything like it before. And then my father came into the room, and it said it almost like it gave him like an ultimatum of whether it was going to be me or him. And my father offered himself up. It set me back down on the bed, and couldn't see much from my angle, but it looked like it did the same thing to my father, and then it dragged him away.
So
sorry, it spoke?
Right.
Yes.
So this is going to be difficult, and I know you don't appreciate us asking this, but we need you to help us a little bit more so we can get your father back. What do you remember its exact words, or as close as you can remember?
Yeah, it said like, is it going to be you or her?
But he didn't say as to what?
No.
When our friend here is done fixing you up, I think it'd be best if you stayed at the garrison for the next day or so until we get this all sorted out, okay?
Yes, I'll think that would be a good idea. Thank you. Are you going to go and rescue my father?
Yeah, of course. We're heroes, honey. It's what we do.
Please, I don't think I can handle losing anyone else.
Oh, don't worry. We're gonna save him and avenge your sister, all in one fell swoop.
Is this Shayla?
Forget I mentioned that second source of trauma.
Act like I didn't bring that up.
I'm friends with your father, Shayless. I help around the store. When I show you, we'll do absolutely everything within our power to bring Ven back.
Thank you.
Vincent is going to like kneel in front of her, wink at her, and be like, "Trust us. You just go get safe. Let us do our job. We'll bring him back."
I hope so.
Emhyr also kind of steps up, and this creature, this ghoul, rest assured it will be destroyed so shortly. And for those of you watching, one of his hands is kind of like twitching at his side a little bit, and he kind of notices it too and puts it in his pocket.
I noticed that.
Right, guys, I think we've all told her that we're gonna save her. Let's stop creeping her out and let her finish getting microwaved.
I noticed that Emhyr rolled a lore undead.
Yes. Ghouls talking. Is that even remotely normal? We knew ghasts were intelligent enough to speak.
Normal, no. Definitely not normal. Very abnormal.
Very, very, very abnormal?
Very abnormal.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
A ghoul that kidnaps and talks does not sound like a ghoul.
Yeah, it's not a normal ghoul by any means.
Putting it all together, and I mean, you rolled a nat 20, so I'll give like kind of putting it together with like a lot of kind of everything else that's been going on. You know, you combine, you look at it with like the farmlands, like that was ghouls that purposefully strung up people as scarecrows and left them as essentially bait as well. You've got one being left alive but afflicted to be sent to an insane asylum. There's a lot of purposeful things being done here that's well beyond usually the scope of a simple ghoul. They are, that you've seen, for the most part, all have been carried out by ghouls. You did have the ghast at the farmlands as well, but, you know, it definitely wasn't one ghast running around and stringing all those people up as scarecrows. Like, not only are they following orders, but they seem to be, like, smarter.
I'll walk up to Emhyr, kind of silently. I'll cast a message spell so we can talk non-verbally. Could this be a necromancer? This is far beyond anything I can comprehend, and that's saying a lot.
Does Emhyr have any insight on that before I speak?
Of course it's possible. You know, necromancers usually are capable of doing such things. You know, it's but I mean, it could even be a lich.
Yeah.
If you're gonna go that route, so
Emhyr will just send back. If it is a ghoul, this is the most abnormal ghoul I have ever encountered, nor my family written about that I have read.
Speaking, commanding, that's not a ghoul.
Planning is advanced. It is hyper intelligent, it would seem.
What I was saying 2 months ago in Azkaban.
Okay.
We should move fast.
Yeah. Tree.
Seems like we know where we're going.
Did you have some direction for where this thing went? I know we have directions that we'd wish to investigate sooner, but if this thing did not take it where we think it might have, we should follow where.
Well, didn't we say we had a trail to the river?
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, once it hit the river, there's no telling from there.
Okay.
It's impossible to track from there.
Well, then I suppose our best guess is...
You know, because of it, there's no tracks on the other side of the river, so it didn't just, like, walk through the river, so...
Yeah.
Either head up the river
wouldn't
somewhere...
be any lingering stench?
Not really. No.
Quick geographical question. Does the river head towards the Foxglove Manor?
I can answer that geographical question for you. So
But I won't.
Yeah. Too bad.
Go fuck yourself.
So
We said no maths, all theater of mind.
So the river really doesn't directly lead to the Foxglove Manor. However, there is a river that does lead to the Foxglove Manor called the Foxglove River.
Okay. Does it connect to this river at any point?
Not really. Like there's not going to be any super direct path by any means.
Yeah.
Like coming out of Sandpoint, like the river, like Cougar Creek River, leads down kind of towards like Habes. And then you have to go all the way like across from Habes over, unless it like went out to like the ocean, but
that's the ocean.
Yeah.
All right.
It's very possible, but I mean, Foxglove Manor's pretty dang far away.
Yeah, when we go outside to the river and we're away from all the listening ears, Emhyr will, if this thing is using the river to travel unseen, perhaps we should follow the river, and just in case we can find where it exited. It is a long shot. We are already heading that direction, as it were, but if we follow this river, perhaps we could gain some sort of advantage to following it.
Where are we going? Just so we're clear.
Foxglove Manor.
Why?
Yeah, that's just based on your hunch, right?
Emhyr pulls the key that we found from the house and shows it to them. The last murders.
What is that?
The last murders that happened at the farmland. He had a key. The Ghast had this key on his body. It is to the Foxglove Manor, which is what the insane man turning into a ghoul told us about Misgivings, which is a local name for the Foxglove Manor. The pieces are falling in line that it seems that is at least a base of operations for these things. For whatever it is, they're staging these undead incursions.
So we're just gonna purposely walk into the hornet's nest, yes? That's what I'm hearing?
I did not wish to dive headfirst into the hornet's nest, but
I think we should also focus on hornet's nest or not. You don't know that's where Vin is at.
No, but if we can't track this thing, where else would you like to look?
Well, I mean, going down the river, right?
That is what I said we do.
I'm saying let's not go to the river and then just go, and if not there, straight to Foxglove.
If we can't find where it exited the river, we have no other guesses.
I have some also knowledge to substantiate that.
Please share.
Based on all the pieces that we found, do you think it's time that we speak about it?
Think about what?
Emhyr?
There was an additional note on the last body.
Oh, for Christ's sakes, why are you guys keeping secrets about this shit?
It was less a secret, more of I just hadn't spoken of it yet. It was not intended to be a secret. We were going to give it to you today, but here we are.
Timing and...
Whoever this lordship is, claims that I'm wearing a mask, and that he also is hiding his identity, but he claims he wishes to unmask me before I am able to unmask him. I am unsure as to what that means as of yet, but I doubt I will like the answer. Let me double check my notes. I wrote down what it said. Yeah, there we go. That's all it said. That's the main gist of the message. It would seem all of these murders have been directed to get our attention, and all of the clues and notes we've been finding as of yet have been pointing towards the Foxglove Manor. I'm unsure as to what awaits us there, but I can tell you, if we cannot find this man, our best bet is to go looking for him there.
Are there any trees nearby?
Yeah, of course.
while they're having this conversation, I'm gonna go talk to a tree by the river.
Okay.
Hey, how are you? How was the day?
Did you see somebody come past holding somebody else?
Yeah, say, I'll just go up to a tree that's kind of near, that would have potentially a view of where this ghoul would have jumped into the water.
Sure.
Can I, hello? Hello, Mr. Elm Tree.
Hello.
Hi, my name's Tree, and I'm also a tree.
You are a tree. A walking
Yeah.
tree.
A walking tree. Well, technically, I'm actually more like your feet, but that's fine. I came here to ask you a quick question. Did you see a guy jump into the river and that guy was big and scary and carrying another guy?
I think I saw 2 people jump into the river.
Do you know if they went up or down?
I don't know where one of them went and never came out of the water again, but the other one appeared to just float down the river.
Down the river. Okay.
Yes,
Thanks, bud.
for game
I
terms,
appreciate
it'd be south.
Wow. Thanks, buddy.
You're
Such a
welcome.
helpful tree.
All right. When I get back, I'll make sure to fertilize you for your things. Okay?
Remember, only you can prevent forest fires.
Oh my god.
Smoky, what?
Okay. Goodbye.
Can we capture that talking bear as a pet? Let's keep him. I just want to hear his voice the entire time.
You just want to pick up this tree and take it with you?
I really do. I wish we had a crystal that we
Please
could record his
return me.
voice.
All right. What do you guys do? Are you gonna be trying to?
I'd walk back to the group and say, I talked to my tree friend and he said that they went downriver.
Like the standing tree there.
Yeah, the tree. Do you see the tree that's right here? This tree?
Have we ever
Hi.
seen- Have we ever seen trees talk to a tree?
No.
Bye, buddy. I hope you find your dad.
Right.
Good luck.
Oh no.
Can Tree's name now be Tree the Tree Whisperer?
Too mouthy.
I'm down for that.
Tree Whisperer. Better.
Yeah, I talked to my buddy on Elm Tree over there, and he said that one of them jumped in the river and swam, and then the other one floated downstream.
There you have it.
Hopefully face up and not face down.
He didn't say.
Bark tongue.
How often can you talk to trees like that? Just anyone?
Any tree.
Well, then we can just walk down and ask a tree every 40 feet or so.
Sure. The problem is
take
just going to
that.
be were they paying attention.
I mean, there's a lot of damn trees in this forest.
Have you ever talked to a tree before? They sleep a lot.
Right now, I'm literally doing it as we speak.
we talked to Tree.
Touche.
A root system, thank you very much.
Potato, potato. I'm a plant racist. Don't worry about it.
My best friend.
It's funny you mentioned that. Potatoes are also a root, aren't they?
They're
As
a
I said,
tuber.
plant
A
racist.
tuber. Oh.
Yeah, a tuber.
All right. So you guys are gonna go follow along the river?
I would like to go to the weapon shop before we leave.
Yes, you can do any shopping that you had set up. Feel free to go ahead and do that. I'm not worried
Great.
about.
Do you think that they would have 101 gold magical sword at the gold shop at the sword shop?
I know the general store is probably not open today. If that's where you're gonna look.
No, I want to go talk to the nice blacksmith lady that got me my trident.
Just yell at the girl like, "I don't care that you're sick. Get in there and open the store."
Yeah, I
think,
mean, yeah, she has the long sword. It's just a matter of you can get the runes separately as well if you want, and you can also take the +1 off your trident. So
I don't have a +1 on the trident. I gave it to Vincent.
oh, okay.
Did you?
So
Yes.
so you pretty much got to purchase a longsword and then a +1 and a striking, right?
Right.
I gave it to you so you could put it on your dog slicer.
Yep.
Why didn't you just get doubling rings?
I have doubling rings. We wasted a trident.
All right.
So
So it sounds
I
like
mean,
there's
To be fair, I wasted a +1 short sword
through
too.
through some working, yes, you can get it. Absolutely.
Right. How much is a +1 or is a trident with returning rune on it worth?
A trident with a returning rune. How much is a returning rune worth is the real question.
Yeah, they said trident's like a gold.
Though I have a better idea. I am going to hand Tree the bow I was given.
You can get 27.5 gold for the returning rune.
I'm going to give Tree the bow I was given, and I'm going to let him take the striking rune and the fearsome rune off of it for his sword.
What is fearsome to it?
If you crit,
On a
they get
crit,
feared.
it's frightened 1.
No. Okay. So I'm just gonna put my trident into the party sheet. Maybe. I'm gonna try.
Who's to know?
It won't let me. Oh, there it goes. Everything's very slow. I accidentally gave it my surgical tools. I don't want to do that.
I will grab that and I will get it.
You're gonna butcher the bow that someone gave you.
I am.
Damn.
Mainly because those are replaceable, but we need our other frontliner to be.
I mean,
Okay.
he can literally just buy the runes.
I have so
This
much
is cheaper.
gold. I do not need. Just it's fine. You keep it on your things. I'm good.
let him join us in poverty.
Yeah, I have like 150 gold. I'll be fine.
Jesus, you will
Chat.
be fine.
Chat, what do you think?
Oh my god.
Fine, I'll let him join us in poverty. He can be poor like the rest of us.
Yeah.
Long
Weapon potency
sword.
is +1. Is a 30. Is 35
Having
gold.
more options isn't a bad thing.
Be poor.
Imagine you're gonna pull out your bow like a session from now, and you're like, "Oh crap! I remember we."
Do you remember how many times I've hit with my bow? Because I can count it on one hand.
I mean, buddy, I can remember how many times you've hit whenever you try to do 2 attacks in
my
one
twin
turn.
takedown.
I can count that on one hand too.
Same. But you know what? It does more damage.
So you guys are going to track down the river.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Just so we have to have you do that tree voice 40 more times.
I don't know.
How far of increments do we want before we talk to another tree?
Hey, cool.
I'm really not gonna sweat about it. Like the track, like if you're gonna follow the river, eventually you are gonna find the tracks of it cutting across, which is gonna lead to kind of cutting inwards of the Lost Coast Road, and it does lead down to the Foxglove River.
Fucking A, huh?
Where our totally murderous party members hiding shit.
What?
He's not murderous. We're still alive.
Who did I murder?
Okay,
It's just
Mr.
leaving
DM,
us
can
there.
you buff
That's
my
been my
long
long
sword?
con for the last
Sure.
like 5 months of knowing you guys. It's been
It's 101 gold down the drain.
It's been corrupted, buddy.
You
That
got
happens to
gonna
undead
say.
creatures like you.
Skip hasn't
This-
turned and shot any of us yet.
That's
He's the one I'm worried about
115.
actually.
No way.
No.
That did almost
Attacking one
happen
of us.
when I got confused by the demon.
And then
Confusion doesn't
that is
count.
101, so that's 14 gold left over. Great, I've got 14 gold, 99 silver, and 150 copper.
99 red balloons go by. Do we have enough anti-plague for everybody to have one?
I think I still have an anti-plague.
I've got 3, he's got 2, we're good.
Oh no, I don't have an anti-plague.
My plan is just never get hit. I think it's a solid plan.
Good plan.
Very
Yeah, I think that I'll just roll really well on my fort saves and I'll be alright.
Yeah.
Big brain.
Can I just cheat and get 20s? And that Elon Musk die.
What?
The Elon Musk die.
What?
Not have him die.
We'll talk about it off the.
Yeah, it's just all natural 20s. Yep. The whole die.
So it takes you guys. It's going to take you guys about 4 to 5 hours to travel all the way to the Foxglove Manor.
Okay. Jesus.
I take the anti-plague.
It's pretty far away. It's all the way on the, like on the coast. So, like as the crow flies, it's not super far, but you guys have to go like all the way around.
Sure.
So, especially since you were tracking. Oh, nice nat 1, dude.
Fuck. Word now.
Okay. Finally get to do this opening.
Oh no.
We're definitely being like on our toes, inspecting everywhere we go as we even approach this thing. So
Nope, didn't
there we
say
go.
it. No, I'm just kidding.
Guys, I'm gonna do so much more damage. Holy shit.
It's gonna be fun.
Oh wow, I have
Now you
double
have
digits.
heat shield.
I have double damage, double digits to my hit finally.
Oh,
The route leading out to Foxglove Manor is a 3-mile hike along a narrow path that follows the Foxglove River from a covered bridge where it flows under the Lost Coast Road to the dark sea cliffs overlooking the Varisian Gulf. Here, wild seabirds call out to a roaring ocean that churns hundreds of feet below. As you get nearer and nearer to the manor, it almost seems as if nature herself has become sick and twisted. Nettles and thorns grow more prominent, trees are leafless and bent, and the wind seems unnaturally cold and shrill as it whistles through the cliffside crags. The path slowly rises, bending around a steep corner in the cliffs. Before you, Foxglove Manor looms at the edge of the world. Strangely cold sea wind rises to a keening shriek as it comes into view. This place has earned its nickname, the Misgivings. This place is big. It is a big, big manor. Let me see. Oh, this is a good one. It appears to loathe its perch high above the ocean as if the entire house were poised for a suicide leap. The roof sags in many places, and mold and mildew cake the crumbling walls. Vines of diseased-looking gray wisteria strangle the structure in several places, hanging down over the precipitous cliff edge, almost like tangled braids of hair. The house is crooked, its gables angling sharply and breached in at least 3 places, hastily repaired by planks of sodden wood. Chimneys rise from various points among the rooftops, leaning like old men in a storm, and grinning gargoyles' faces leer from under the eaves. Shall we go to a map?
let's do it.
Maps.
I'm the map. I'm the map.
All right. I'm gonna hope and pray. Let's see. Sorry, Steve and Testicles, you are not here.
Aww.
No, my friends.
Bye bye, Rosalind. You are
So
also
when I hit
not
level
here.
1.
Bye bye.
We were hoping to make more ghouls on accident.
Dude, they're probably about halfway to level 2 after.
But we get to pick the classes. They're both witches now. Fuck it.
Fuck, we were already level 1 fighters. No.
Testicles the witch.
I think this is all correct. Cool. So I'll just go ahead and. Oop. Let me try that again. There we go. Okay, let me test.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Oh man. I just really want this to work. Please. Be really anticlimactic. Okay. And here we
in the darkness.
Well, it's dark.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh, this is huge, bro.
Jesus.
That's worrisome, bud.
Oh.
Yeah, so before you, it's like a 3-story house. It is big, and then it looks like there's like this burnt building here next to you as well. Let's go ahead and change the music a little bit, shall we?
Oh, this is pretty spooky music. It kind of works.
It is working.
Yeah, the music is.
It is spooky.
Can you share
But
this?
it also looks like it's raining right now, so it's
It
pretty
is.
cool.
Extra spooky.
Oh, wow. That's some good art.
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
Is this a Sean Map special?
This one is not Sean Maps, actually. Unfortunately, I could not find Sean Maps for this one. I only later looked at his Patreon where I could have found it, but I already did all the work of building the walls and stuff on this one, so I was not starting over again and putting all the encounters and stuff in it. I mean, there's no encounters. What?
What? Who?
Never.
There's nobody here.
What?
Yeah, this is a friendly RP heavy
Yeah. This
game
is
session.
it's just a house.
Wouldn't that be a fun ending to this whole build up for Misgivings? We just walk in, it's an empty house. We're like, you did it.
Good job.
You found it.
Ven's just in there. Oh, sorry about that, guys.
Sorry about that, babe. I thought you were one of them.
Skip would come down and look at this burnt place.
Excellent option.
I think we'd all be staying together.
Yeah, probably. But he would want to get everybody to come look at the burnt house.
I just want to say that in case that was a trigger to an event, and suddenly he skips 50 feet ahead of everyone.
It did.
You can. I'm sure Skip really is like that though. Like I bet you. Like he's probably like, I want to figure this shit out, and is like probably not thinking about what everyone else.
I would also say, as you guys were walking down the trail, like following stuff together, anybody who was like paying close attention, he looks jumpy.
I'm abandoned. You left me at the farm.
So.
Can I get a Sirenscape?
Oh yeah.
No, but
Yeah,
actually,
don't worry.
I'm
Who's watching you real close there, Skip?
I'm still at the barn.
Still at the barn? What do you mean?
I'm my
There's
token.
only 4 of us on this map, and Spook.
Are you not in?
I mean, there's a bunch of trees here, but not our tree.
Oh, it's because your token
have a
thing
token.
is just a white box.
Yeah, I accidentally deleted my picture and I can't figure out how to put it back.
Ah, that would explain it. I think you did your picture, so I don't have.
I don't know how to fix it.
Go into if you click on your portrait and then click on your portrait again, that'll pull up like all the bags.
Bags. I have no bags. Where's bags? No bags. Token. Shared. I have pseudo Nualia, Goblin Dog 2, and the mutated Gobby.
Look in the data.
Gobby, buddy.
Look in your data bag.
What the fuck is my data bag?
So if you click on your picture in the top left, does it bring up a big box that says portrait and tokens, and it has 3 slots?
Yeah, I have a portrait and then a blank token flat and a blank token camera.
Okay, what happens when you click on your portrait, the one in the portrait?
Oh, yeah, okay, sure.
Bunch of bags, okay.
Yeah.
Look for the one that says
Data.
data. I should hopefully have. And then just drag that. There you go.
Okay.
Perfect. See, I knew I wasn't crazy.
Let's not go that far, bud.
True.
Crazy? I was crazy at once.
Huh? Who's there? Who's talking? All right.
Thanks, God. I'm sorry that I'm an idiot.
You're welcome.
I didn't say you're not an idiot. So rude.
I am an idiot. Can I talk to one of these trees before we continue?
You should not be here, buddy. You should probably run away.
Oh, are you not feeling well, Mr. Tree? Have you been smoking too much?
Just don't tell my wife.
Okay, well, I just want you to know that only you can prevent forest fires.
Oh, you talked to that bastard up north, didn't you? Fucking hate that guy.
I just want to know, did a spooky guy come around here the last couple hours?
No spooky guys. Actually,
Okay.
that guy behind you's kind of spooky.
Yeah, he's falling apart, but he's our guy. It's okay. Don't look at him.
I love that everyone right now is like, wait, is he talking about me? So
Yeah, I know. Everybody's like, am I spooky?
Except not all you guys are hearing is just like.
I can't help but shake this feeling that he's talking about me.
So-
Well, that's good, because if we could hear that, you would have a lot of questions about tree monogamy.
So Emhyr walked up to this house, right?
And Una and Spook.
It's impossible to tell how many floors the outbuilding that stood here once had, for all that remains are the sooty, scorched stones of its foundation. To the east, a 4-foot wide stone well sits partially collapsed in the corner of the ruins. As you approach, you begin to notice in the nearby tree thickly looking ravens perched up in it. Then you kind of look around a little bit more and you see more and more of them perched up on the remaining higher up foundations of the collapsed building as well.
And Una's gonna kind of grab Skip by the coattails or whatever he's wearing, and just kind of tug him back like, we should probably go back to the group, buddy.
Where else is there to go? I mean,
Back to with the group.
sure, perhaps the group should come to us. The ravens
These ravens don't look chill.
well, aren't they everywhere? They're like all around in all the trees.
They're specifically mostly in this tree, but they're also perched up on these.
Yeah, that's the impression I got, is that they're right in front of where we are.
Then yeah, you're right. Okay, my bad. I misunderstood. I thought they were around in all the trees. We just noticed them because we got close. Can I do a quick perception to look and see if there's anything of note in the rubble?
Nice try, Crow. You're wrong this time, my friend. What was that?
Ooh.
I would see if there's anything sticking out of the rubble ashes that would be worth even trying to walk into this place.
The most that it really would be is the well.
I do want to look down the well.
I do want to get myself killed. I so do.
It's the only thing that you can see.
It's gonna be another bunyip.
We're
Yeah,
trying
Emhyr
to
will step
mention
back.
this, but I think
Okay.
Skip might need to get a grapple gun at some point.
Right.
That's fair.
Guys, I talked to the tree. It's all sick and gross, and it's been smoking for days.
On fire?
No, like cigarettes.
Oh,
It would seem
fucking
that
trees are weird.
the ravens here are also doing poorly. They seem strange.
Yeah, it's the secondhand smoking. Not only
You
affects
want me
you,
to
but it
try
affects
to
those
scare
around
them?
you.
I'm tempted to scare the ravens off just by chucking a rock up at them, but
Can I look at can I nature
That's
the,
how you
these
get
ravens?
murdered, by a murder.
Yeah, go for it. Absolutely.
Yeah, they're also fuck corvids.
Emhyr also pulled I have a pistol I can use if we wish to just scare them off with a loud bang.
Hold on.
I mean, you gotta
Oh,
reload
I'm
them.
stupid.
gotta
I
reload
forgot.
rocks.
I don't know how to nature very well. We're gonna go for it though.
An infinite number of basic bullets. It is.
I'll also look at them and see if
I mean, they definitely look like they just look like sick ravens. They just haven't had really anything to feed off of.
Now, are we saying sick as in unhealthy or fucking sick, dog?
Both a little column A, a
we
little
got
column B.
a couple of them
Oh,
have
yeah, bro.
mohawks.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking love it.
So cool, bro.
So are you Grail and Tree? You're gonna walk closer to him to take a look at better look at him.
Sure.
All right. As the both of you walk closer to get a better look, Seems you get to about a certain point and they all fly out into the air. Get away.
Wait, come back.
There's probably easily like 80 of them.
Oh, that's a
Now,
lot.
when you say up into the air, do we mean just like they disperse like a flock of birds, or as if this is a thing we should be very worried about?
Are they
because they're
now
not
a
really dispersed?
swarm?
No. They have flown essentially away, but they haven't like left the area. They're now just
Sure.
like,
What about the tree as well?
Yes.
The tree has also flown away. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
The tree picks up its
Help
bark
me!
skirt and then like runs away.
Emhyr will come over and cautiously walk towards the well to look down it.
okay.
He does have night vision, so I can see in the darkness just fine.
All right.
not dark vision, night vision.
Just in case
They got
somebody
goggles on.
hear him.
I got my goggles on.
Him down.
Fucking Splinter Cell over here.
Well, I mean, I have the that mark thing on my eye that improves my vision, so I kind of do.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check as you look down the well.
Yes, boss.
Okay. So you're able to see it goes down pretty long ways. Looks like approximately like 50 feet to before you would hit water.
Okay. Is there a bucket?
There's not.
No balls.
Is there a rope dangling in the
No
water?
balls? Are there balls?
No. There's no rope. There's like the device, the winch device for it, but no rope.
All right. Shit. I'll
Hey
relate that
guys,
to-
can we have a quick little powwow before we continue? I want to have a quick powwow.
All right.
Then your mind, bud.
I feel concerned.
Are you wanting a powwow right here?
Oh yeah.
Just huddled in the yard.
Yep.
I just needed to check. So
Definitely
He's
just
gonna listen, but he's gonna be like scanning the area. Just
if we wanna hunker down in the ruins of this and like kneel and stuff, I think that's fine too. Not out in the open. We want to just like, be over here and
Is there enough of a rubble to like even kneel behind?
not super well, but just a little bit.
maybe short
You know,
rope.
they were up on the few remaining kind of taller walls that are left. So
We'll do that.
Hi, my name's Tree.
What is we want to do here?
It's been 2 weeks since my last meeting.
I feel some tension going on in this group. And we're about to go do a really stressful thing where our tension is going to be really, really high. And I'm just going to be really honest. Y'all are stressing me out, man.
And Roots get stressed.
Look at me, man. I'm all getting all. Look at that. I'm all crumpled. And I lift up a piece of cloth, and it's all crumpled and crusty.
Guy who studied plant biology. Yes, they can.
I'm browning at the limbs here. I just I want to. I feel like we just need to get some things off of our chest real quick, and then we can move on.
All right. To start.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Tree. I was a worshiper of Gozray, and now I worship Iomide. Was going through some things, and I'm still going through some things, but I just want to say that you guys are my friends, and I trust you. Skip. The other day, I looked at you to see if you had been injured in any way with the bites, and I didn't tell you because I was nervous. But that's not fair because you're my friend and I trust you. There's something going on with you, and you have some sort of protection from the ghouls.
All right.
I don't know what that means, and it scares me a little bit, but I'm sharing because I trust you.
We'll toss that on the pile of anxiety that I have.
Grail?
Grail's really serious now because I've never seen Tree talk like this. Oh, yeah. Yes,
What you did was very unacceptable.
Yeah.
And you should apologize once more to Vincent because you know that you didn't mean it, and you know that.
Vincent, no amount of apologizing will ever make what I did right or make up for it. I sincerely do hope that you can forgive me, though.
Listen, I love you guys, but we have stuff to kill, and I have a hangover. And Vincent walks off.
Okay.
We good?
Una.
Off in the distance, you hear, "I forgive you."
One last thing, Una. You're my best friend, and I wish you trusted me more. And I wish, by extension, you trusted us because I trust them.
I trust you, buddy. I'll leave it at that. Also, sorry about the plant racism. Can't really help it. That's how I was raised.
Okay, that's all I have to say. Fucking be better, all of you. Me
and
too.
then Una just kind of shouts, although obviously it's in mental, "Hey, Vincent, there are no critiques about you. You're flawless."
He puts both swords up and clings them together. Yeah!
And the birds come flying back.
Just bones.
Emhyr will take a second, like, if we are confessing things, I'm sure you have noticed I've been jumpy or anxious today. I apologize for that. I'm dealing with new... We'll go with feelings I've not had before. I call them feelings, but a more apt word might be compulsions. I'm not sure what they are from. It feels like I need to slay undead. I can't quite explain exactly why. It feels more of, from what I've heard people describe addiction as, it is akin to that. It is like it's something I need, and I can't quite explain where it is coming from. And I must be honest with all of you that it is worrying me deeply. It has been happening for a time now, and I have been unsure of what to do with it. But yes, Grail.
Could it be Pharasma?
If it is, that is a cruel fucking joke. But yes, perhaps. All I know is I need to be in that building, and he points at the manor, and I need to be killing undead as soon as we possibly can. Otherwise, I am going to go insane.
Well,
Chase that dragon, buddy. No downsides, I'm sure.
It sounds like you're going through a normal biological process that I just learned called puberty.
He takes a knee.
Who did you learn that from?
I sure fucking hope.
Oh, I left that book out again.
Yeah, I was on Grail's kitchen counter.
You be nice to Grail. 300 years, he still hasn't hit puberty. His balls are going to drop any day now. You be nice to him.
I also convinced I still can't read.
Right.
Perhaps we should have this conversation and fully flesh out our feelings at another time. We have things we need to be doing. And Emhyr summons his weapons in his hands because he hasn't reappeared them since the farm. They've been just gone. And when they reappear in his hands this time, before they were like dark black with like gray mist almost like floating around in the metal. This time there are little specks of white that sometimes make little streaks of white along the black mist as well. And it takes him by surprise when he looks at them as well. And he kind of like, oh, that is also new. And he puts them in his holsters. And all right. Well, if there is anything else, Tree, you'd wish to discuss with us before
No, we're a hopeless lot, and nobody knows how to have a honest-to-God conversation. Let's go. And I start walking.
Thank you for attending Tree's Adventures Anonymous.
All right. Well, you guys can see that the front door is located right here.
I'm gonna go kick it down.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yes. Let's do it.
Before Tree gets that far, real quick, are all the birds vacant? Because you pointed out a lot of them, and
yes,
adventure senses tingle when you're like, oh, hey, there's a shitload of these things. No reason.
Yeah, they are just still kind of just flying around in the air in the general area. Mostly away, kind of further south away from you guys.
Okay.
Where is this front door?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, great. Okay, I'm gonna kick it down.
What about that other set of doors?
I think those are windows.
Yeah, there are windows.
There's doors further north, too.
I had like plans. We were gonna like sneak up on the mansion.
Oh yeah, there are doors.
Yeah, there's some doors over here too.
Be all
and
tactical.
a giant dragon or something inside.
Well, okay. Are we being subtle, or are we? We've never been subtle once in our lives. Why are we starting now?
That's a great question.
Just a heads up. It looks like one room has a piano, the other one has a dragon.
What do you mean a dragon?
I mean, come look through this window with me.
Oh God.
Oh shit! Fuck. What is that?
Actually, one moment. Would that be nature?
Where is this dragon? Can we ping the dragon?
It's inside on the other side of the door. So if you come where Una's standing, you can see through the window.
Oh.
I don't know what that thing is, but
looks like
the other one's got a piano.
Oh man.
Okay, I like that answer.
In my experience, are less threatening.
Yeah. Okay, we can go to the piano doors.
I pull out my whatever popular written guide to monsters book in this Galarian is.
Yeah, you're not sure what it is. You can't quite recognize it. So you guys are gonna go in through these doors instead?
Yeah.
All right.
But also it's 10 o'clock, just so we're...
Oh yeah, I know. I can't.
That's a Cliffy for
I
you.
love the perfect timing of that. Right.
You have to go an entire session with not a single meaningful roll.
As you move up, about to open the doors, and all the sickly-looking ravens are flying around, and they all return back to either the tree or on top of the rubble of the burnt-down house. You creak open the door, see something that you'll find out next week
on Dragon Ball Z.
But before we part ways,
okay,
as is becoming tradition, let us fly back as you guys have left, about to enter into this manor. We look upon, looking at the cathedral in Sandpoint from the outside. We can see the large double doors, beautiful stained glass. It almost just it feels like we've gone like polar opposite to how we're looking here at this decrepit manor. We're staring at these huge double doors, and then we see this covered wagon pull up to the front of it. Camera kind of moves down to be underneath. See, and we can see someone step out. And like a robe kind of falls down to the ground.
Oh, shit.
Kind of hard to tell who it might be, what they might be. Definitely seems humanoid. As they start walking towards the front doors, and the camera lopes over the covered wagon. And they're wearing these robes that's covering them. We can see a few wisps of light hair every now and then. Seems perhaps a woman. They push to go inside the cathedral, and they start walking through. There's plenty of people here due to all the panic of what's going on. People praying feverishly. Father Xanthus trying to help them as best as he can. He eventually notices this person. Excuse me, ma'am, are you needing help with something? Have you And he walks up to her and approaches her. And she says to him, I've been told I can find my son here.
Oh, no.
Oh,
End scene.
yeah. Yeah.
Fucking shit. All right.
That's Tree's mom, right? I'm paying attention.
Got it. You called it. Look at that. Can't trick anyone. All right.
Like, how offended would Skip be if somebody hit on his mom?
Nah, you might get shot.
Well,
That's
she's
fine.
a married woman. So.
Yeah.
And a adventurer / undead hunter. Fucking.
She's
badass.
married into the family. She didn't really do any of those things before.
I've been waiting months to get to
That's
do
like
that.
saying
To do that
Ned
little
Stark's
cliffhanger
wife
there.
isn't badass.
I was like, oh god, he's gonna burn the cathedral down. There's
Again.
gonna be a swarm of monsters.
You have little faith. It's not all bad stuff. It's mostly
The
a.
important thing is that only half the NPCs calls Mir Skip.
Yeah.
So it's a 50-50 shot.
It's true.
All
Not
right.
everybody knows his real name. So
I'm excited. That means next week we are heading into dungeon, baby.
let's go.
Yeah,
Ah.
dungeon.
It's been so long. This was a good role play heavy session. Good job, guys. I was not
fun.
expecting that much role play just for stopping by Sandpoint. So, like, I was like, yeah, getting ready for this dungeon. I was like, oh man, gonna do this cool little extra thing. You know, I thought I was gonna do that pretty much like 15 minutes after we started.
Well,
No,
listen,
you're-
we had an entire military block last session, so we had to balance it out.
I'm fine with it. It was great. This is great stuff. This is good TV. This is
We
what
had
the
a
people
lot of
love.
baggage to address, and
Yeah.
we've opened the baggage, but haven't addressed the contents fully.
This is the
Not
beautiful
yet.
stuff. This is the great shit. So I had fun at least. I had to hardly do anything.
As long as our sponsor, Crosoy TV,
That's
is
true.
happy.
That is true. I think
Motherfucker.
Crow. I think Crow
He's
approved.
happy and pissed.
He is.
Jesus
Yeah, he is
Christ.
mad at me, but that's okay. I'm used to that. He's mad at me for not one but two cliffhangers now.
Get used to it, little brother. Get used to it. We're just gonna
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
So I'm gonna go. We'll go ahead and wrap things up, so my friends it's later for can head to bed. It's late for them. Thank you so much, everyone. Man, we got rated twice today. That's incredible.
Mhm.
We got like 4 or 5 new followers. This is insane. Thank you so much. Got Crow fucking must have been drunk because he dropped another 50 gifted subs on us. So what a mad lad. And Krova, thank you for poking the bear and making him do that. Apparently,
I
did
think
exactly. I'll send you the check in the
we-
mail. Thank you. No,
I think we are the only entertainment Crow has currently, just because of his situation.
yeah, yeah. He told me he's like in Virginia right now. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jesus, that's a late
Won't
one for
go
him
any
too.
further than that, but
But we'll keep it coming, buddy.
Godspeed, soldier.
Yeah, love you all. Thank you so much. Thank you, Fantasy Grounds. Thank you, Sirenscape. Thank you, my wonderful, wonderful players. You guys did so awesome today. Like I said, I meant what I said at the beginning. I love that you guys putting so much work, writing down all this stuff that we were using. I'm enjoying it, so I hope you're enjoying it. I'm trying to, like I said, when I said at the very beginning, when we were going through the recruitment process, I want to do this like back and forth stuff. I want you to be able to take control and like make the story your own as well. So, and I hope I'm keeping it interesting for you with all this little kind of extra stuff we're doing. So, anything you guys would like to say before we close it out tonight?
The usual. This is all
thanks for
because
having
of Robert's incredible masterminding and insane creativity as of late.
Not any other times before, just now, recently.
Yeah, it's all new for me.
First time DMing he is, actually.
I did say I was struck by inspiration, so that is it was a
Creepy
definitely-
horror inspiration, maybe.
I mean, what else is
up my alley, I
appropriate
like
for a list on what's going on here, you know? Can't be all sunshine and rainbows.
Yeah, we
Might
can.
not could.
Okay, we could. Yeah. It's not what the
Yeah,
people want, though, okay?
The world's shitty
I
and
mean, it
dark
could
enough
be.
as it is, buddy.
I
Let's
don't
get some
control
sunshine and
how
rainbows
edgy
up.
you guys are, okay?
I'm so edgy. I'm a marshmallow. I don't know what you're talking about.
You have reverted back to Marshmallow Tree, so that is true. Tree was getting a little, it was like, I don't know who you guys are, so fuck off kind of deal going on for a little bit there. The ratings were plummeting. No, just kidding. All right. Well, thank you guys for the kind words. It means a lot. I'm trying to keep it, like I said, trying to keep it interesting for you every week. So, but without getting stale. I'm gonna go ahead and figure out who we're gonna raid out to. Love you all. Gosh dang, I can't wait for next week already. Oh, so excited. All right, we're gonna listen to some funk music while I figure out who to raid. So
Good night, chat.
night, everybody.
Thank you for coming.
Love you
See you guys
all.
next week.
We'll see you next time. Episode
Oh,
21.